Okie dokie. I am here. Hello, everybody. I am kind of late. I sort of was watching YouTube videos. Um, hope everyone's doing well. Let's see. Is my mic on? Yes. Is my webcam on? No. Okay, it should be on now. But yeah, hello. Hope today's going good. It's Saturday. It's another painting day. Hello, Anik Shady. Hello, Skittle. Howdy. Vana. Hello. Hope you're all doing well. Okay, I think I tried. I don't know. I didn't try very hard. But I think I got a chat overlay in here. See if it turns on. Does it turn on? We'll see if it. Oh wait, it might not be. I don't actually know how to make it work. Um, I don't know if I did it right. We'll see. I'm gonna have to wait for someone to chat and see if it works. I actually have no idea how to make this work. I think it'll work. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe. A chat overlay. Nope, maybe it's not working. I don't know. It's not a combination chat. Hello, Yenry. Yeah, I can't speak. Hello. Yeah, okay, it doesn't seem to be working. I don't know. Maybe there's no text on screen anywhere. That's weird. Maybe I didn't set it up right. I use Stream Elements. Yeah, it's from Stream Elements. Which I've never really used. Like, I have it, but I've never really used it for anything. Like, I have an account and I've linked it all up and everything. Let's see, edit. Maybe I just have to properly add it or something. I don't know. Or does it have to be open? Maybe I made the text size or color. Enable custom font. I don't know. Pick a font. I don't want to pick a font. No. Let me try something else. What if I do white chat? That way. Where did it go? Why is it not here? That's weird. I don't know. I feel like I'm a boomer. I'm just fumbling around, not knowing how things work. Oh, I should have removed the setting up. Hello, Zexoy. Thanks. Skittle back at a 10 stream watch streak. Fancy. Okay, well, this is officially a failure. Browser chat is just gonna... Maybe one of these will work. What if I do this? No. Do the thingies update in real time, or it does every time that I... Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe every time I edit it, it gives me a new link, and so I have to edit. I have to, like, copy the link. Let's try that. Let's copy the URL. No, it's the same URL. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know how to use this thing. I'm a noob. Whatever. That's okay. It should be the same static link from the overlay edit page. Yeah, it is. That's what I put. I don't know. I goofed something up. Maybe the font's too small. Maybe it's on the screen, or maybe it's disappearing too quickly. I mean, it could be any number of things, right? I mean, it didn't seem that hard, right? Just make a note. Maybe I'm not doing something. I've never used Stream Elements. Properties. No. Edit. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe it, I don't know, takes a while. Do I have to, like... I mean, I don't remember doing anything of, like, setting where it'll grab chat from. Is there something I have to do specially? I mean, it says I'm signed in, so it should know that I'm on Twitch. That's weird. Anyway, I'm not too worried because I can just do what I've been doing. But that is a mildly annoying, right? Oh well. So wherever you save a change, it should update automatically in the OBS. You should have to just make sure you were signed at Twitch when making the overlay. Yeah, that I was. It even yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it just needs a good turn it off and on again, but that'll have to be for another day. I'm not going to be too worried about that. We're going to do a painting. These were the last stream's thumbnails. I was really happy with them. I don't normally, like, pat myself on the back too hard for thumbnails, but I like these. I thought that there was a lot of fun to play with the texture stuff. Or the jitter brushes. All these, like, textury brushes and all that. That was fun. Kind of a mess, but I thought they turned out good. I also really liked how they blended color, which is, you know, it's not a big deal, but when I blend a very specific way, the brush actually then, like, if I do the exact same decision-making process that I did before, the brushes, based on how they work... Hey, Skittle! I see something said test. Oh, I see. Oh, hi, Skittle. I see you on YouTube. Yeah, no, that wouldn't have appeared on the other thing, though. I only just now saw that. Because I just now opened up that chat. But yeah. Okie dokie. I am going to... What am I going to do? I don't know. I guess just paint, right? That's what I'm going to do. Painting time. Wait, oh, I didn't change... I didn't do any... Oh, crap. Hold on. I didn't do any, like, edit stream title, any of that stuff. You know what? Let's say... It's a beautiful day for landscapes. It's a beautiful day for landscapes. Is that Bob Ross's thing? Did I just steal Bob Ross's? No, I don't think so. That's Mr. Rogers, right? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I think that's his thing. Okay. Wait, no, I do... Hold on. I just saw Vanna's text. I think my overlay is appearing somewhere. Oh, wait. Somebody should type something. Hold on. I think I saw Vanna's text on the test one. Now I'm wondering if maybe it's appearing somewhere that I'm not sure of where it's appearing. I don't know what's happening. Because, like, I don't really know. I assume that you're supposed to make the overlay the size of your screen, right? And then wherever you position them in your box will appear on your screen in that position, right? So it should be roughly the size and the location. But all I have is that one overlay, and I'm like, is it... Like, it should appear based on... Here, what if I do this? What if I move it way to the left? Now, if it does work at any point, it'll be in the middle of here. Because I don't want it... Like, maybe it was, like, there was a contrast issue. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe we'll just have words randomly floating on the screen. Good old tech... I mean, it isn't even technical difficulty. This is me being incompetent. That's basically what this is. See, I see this. I see the... Hold on. I see if I... Let's do this. I have a better way of doing it. I'm going to change... No, but that doesn't do anything. So, in my browser source, it works. So, like, if I open up the browser source as a test source, I see the stuff. We're all professional streamers. Yeah, super pro. And then... And so the text is appearing in the test browser, right? But then when I add a browser source, and yes, it's turned on. It's not, um, yeah, it's not turned off. It is turned on. And then, yeah, when I add that source, it doesn't appear. So, like, you're a queen. Hey, Flick, how's it going? Okay, well, I'm giving up. We don't need... Who needs chat? Who needs to read... I don't read chat anyway. I'm terrible at reading chat. Hi, Fadi. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so what I'm going to do today is close this and this, and then I'll have a black screen. And then I'm going to open... I haven't made my files yet today. How dare you? How dare me not read chat? No, I try to read chat. I do try my best, I swear. I'm good, thanks. How's your Saturday? My Saturday is great. Oh, I didn't change... Sorry. I'm still setting up. Okay, edit stream title. Alpaca land... Oh, how long has it been Alpaca Landscapes and Rambles? Oh no. It's been that for a while. Fantasy Landscapes. Let's see. Beautiful day. Oh my goodness. In a beautiful day for landscape. Or for fantasy landscapes. There. There we go. Okay. Now everything is set. Okay, we're good. Now I can take these and delete them. Well, first let's save this as a new file. Note to self, start 15 minutes earlier so I can have everything set up properly. Happy lurking, Strum Eagle. Hope you're doing well. It's a great day to have a great day. You know what? That's a good stream title too. Maybe I'll use that. Maybe every day will be it's a great day for and then something. And then it'll just be some like random word generator. Ooh, today's stream painting. I kid you not. Look at this. I know this is going to be overwhelming for people because there's a lot of folders here, but every day I add a number. So like 2 days ago was 775, 776. Today is 777. That is that's supposed to be lucky number sevens, right? So yeah, lucky thumbnail days. 777th stream. That's a lot of streams. Oh boy. Insert great day here. Yeah. Okay. Let's fill up my canvas a little bit. So many thumbnails this early in the stream. No. I'm resetting my canvas because I didn't do this ahead of time because I'm a great streamer. I'm super professional. This is as I think Casey Snow has like professional streamer command, and then it tells you how much of a professional streamer she is by giving you a percentage. Or is that Skittle? I don't know. Somebody has one of those, has that command. And I thought it was pretty great. I feel like it does apply to a lot of people's streams. Super pro. Okay, so now we have this. Let's paint. I feel like I'm about a, I don't know, 39.5% professional streamer today. Like a little bit under. You need 10-minute stream starting soon. No, I don't know what I need. I need to like prepare better. I normally wake up right before stream and I'm like, oh crap, I haven't eaten. Oh, I have to do all, I have to shower, eat, set up stream, and then I'll randomly like while I'm waiting for OBS to boot up, I'll open up YouTube and then I'll just be staring at a YouTube video and I'm like, oh crap, I wasn't even doing the stuff I was supposed to do. I'm always super far behind and just, oh my goodness. It's like a rush. The adrenaline gets pumping and I'm behind. What a day. What a day. Every stream day. I know I know it might sound like maybe most people. I don't know how most people do it. I have this idea in my head that most people just like, lazily walk up to their computer, open up OBS and hit go live, and then they just do their thing. Me, I'm like, okay, like checklist, make sure everything's open, and I still miss things. Like I don't have my music title thingies on right now. Oh, let's do that right now because still setting up stream. Oh, I don't have the captions on. We can add that on. Okay, there we go. I think I've got everything working. Why dot dot dot? Why dot? Why what? Why what? Like, why is it all different? Everybody's stream is different. Well, it's also depends on what you want to do and if you like how if you care about your stream. Not to say that other people don't care about their stream, but like everybody's stream is like, I don't know, some people are more casual about it. Some people like don't even have a schedule, so they just do it whenever. Does it not save the settings? So it does, but every like a lot of things are, at least for the way I have it set up, because maybe I'm bad at setting up my stream, certain things are separate. So like the captions at the top that aren't appearing right now, why aren't they appearing? Let's do this. Does that work? Okay, now I actually don't know why this is broken right now. Oh, here they are. Why is it not on this screen? Anyway, these little captions up here, I don't know if I can click them and move them. These right here, these little words, that is a whole separate thing. So like that is not part of OBS. I have to open up a separate thing for that to work because it has to interface with Spotify, which I also have to open up Spotify, and I have to make sure those are like communicating. Which isn't a big deal, but like already that's OBS, Spotify, Streamlabs, right? Can't forget or OBS, sorry, not Streamlabs, OBS, Spotify, and then the thing called Snap, the thing that is the caption thingy. Then if I want subtitles scrolling across my screen, that is also a separate feature, at least the way I do it. There may be a better way to do it. So then I have to open up that, so that's a fourth thing. God forbid my mic or something doesn't work, which that should be fine, right? Mic settings, volume settings, overlay stuff, that should all be fine. I still have to open up Clip Studio, and again, that's not a big deal because I'm gonna have that open. But then there's just stuff like making, I don't always have my tablet on my desk, so I have to like scooch everything over, make room for my tablet if there wasn't already, and then put my tab like there's just like, I don't know, little stuff, and then you have to like, oh, make sure the lights turned on, make sure I've showered. Not that I should do that anyway, but just like, I don't know, stuff like that. For me, I do it all at the very last minute because first, I don't know, because apparently I planned poorly. But no, in terms of stream stuff, can you not just use the mini player in Spotify and drag that into your scene? You can resize this. I probably could. I don't want to do that though because I like this way. I don't know. I could do the mini player thingy. I don't know. There's lots of different ways to do it, and maybe I'm making it harder on myself than it needs to be, but. And so Spotify thing's not a big deal. That's like the least of my worries. But I'm also just like trying to figure out how to add like a chat overlay in a way that I like, because I kind of am switching from, I used to use Streamlabs a lot, and now I've been using OBS. And that's sort of a difficulty in and of itself because I'm having to like every time when I switch from Streamlabs to OBS, there's things that I used to do that I don't have now, or things that are switching over and changing, and like mostly all the Streamlabs stuff is still there. It's just the bot is doing its thing in the back. But there's certain things where like it just, I don't know. I feel like anytime you have something established and then you switch over to a whole new thing, you're gonna have things break, and that's a lot of what I'm experiencing. Just breaking. Lots of things breaking. Or not breaking, but more like me not knowing how to set it up properly the first time. So that's kind of what's happening. I don't know. It's just the I feel like it's the normal thing with streams, but and I'm also probably fussing over things a little bit more. I don't know. Hard to say, you know? I'm not too worried about it. Maybe it sounds like I'm panicking, but in reality it's I've accepted my fate as a professional streamer. Anyway. But yeah, I hope you're doing well today. Okay, this is just like a field. A field of blue. Maybe we put some hot green. Lime green back here. I don't know. Kind of an ugly color, to be honest. Let's not do that. Let's take like a blue, purple gray. Can't go wrong with purple and blue, I feel like. Let's play around with more of these brushes. Ooh, speckle brushes. A little grainy texture. I don't know why I'd want that there. Ooh, that could have been for the flowers, actually. You should have done that. You can just put in a whole bunch of extra grain. You're thinking it saves me opening one thing? Yeah, it probably does. But, oh, and then there's also, now that I'm dual streaming, right, I'm also trying to stream on YouTube, which is the reason I switched to OBS in the first place, so that I have VODs automatically saved. Believe it or not, I did all this so that it's easier on me. But now I have to make sure I start 2 streams, and one of the streams require a browser window to be open before I go live, apparently. So it's kind of like in order to do this, I have to have this open. But first I have to do this. And then these things all have to be open. The order doesn't matter. But except this one where I need to have this other thing open first or after second. And it's just kind of a weird, I don't know. Again, I'm not complaining. It's just a thing. The bright pink I thought were buildings from afar. They could be. Hi, Kreiner. Stoic, long time no see. Sorry you've been... I mean, I don't have to apologize for not being here. But I appreciate you being here. Hope you've been well. I have been well. I have been well. Anyway, there's a very loose... Ooh. That kind of looks like a Ferris. This brush, I know this is not the way it's meant to be used. Just to... This looks like either like a diabolical portal in the middle of like this thing, or it's I don't know. It could be like a portal. But yeah, it could be a portal or just some like dark magic of like evil. I don't know. Some giant not glowing. Some giant floating orb. To be fair, it actually kind of looks like hay bales out here. It's all very gritty, and it gives like a weird vibe. I'm not sure I like it. I'm just playing around with colors and shapes. Let's do some more. Let's put some greens in here. Let's do some green paintings. Ooh, this is vibrant. I thought the bright paint were buildings. Yeah, I mean, they could be buildings. I don't know what anything is at this point. I'm just slapping colors on the canvas. Trying to get some colors that look nice. That's kind of my main goal right now, is just have fun stuff that looks okay. Not too picky about it right now. Playing with lots of texture brushes, all the rake brushes, the scatter brushes, the different things. This brush would be nice with tilt, though. What about, I guess, hard round brush? Some, like, this could be like rows of corn or plants. I don't know. I'm just putting shapes in here. Maybe... These are giving me various Illustrator vibes already. Because... Partly because the softness, undescribed stuff early on. Ooh, there's a color. Okay, pick a color for a thumbnail. Nice. Alright. I will do that in just a moment. Ooh, here. Ooh, pixely brush. Do I want pixels in the background? Not really. What's this brush do? Ooh, this one's a weird speckle brush. That's kind of nice. That could be, like, more stuff on the ground. More fields of things. What color might that be? Holy crap, 4 looks like Avindiral, almost. I don't know what that is. What is that? I don't know what that word is. I don't know what either of those words are. Ooh, this is a good color. A nice, actually, let's put it up here. And don't ask about me not following the numbers. I'm just painting wherever is convenient on my screen. Look, development artist Sleeping Beauty. I'll just Google the name. Is that the name? Avon Beer. Yeah, I think it would be easier for me to just Google the name. No, okay, I kinda... Oh, I've seen this stuff before, yeah. Although I would have never known that was for Sleeping Beauty. Maybe it's not, I don't know. Yeah, very, like, graphical, blobby, dark trees. Kinda... Yeah, I kinda see what you're saying. No, although I wouldn't say that this is anything like that. But yeah, I kinda get it. I think I get it. Here, you guys might have seen this before. Let me show it on screen. All this kind of stuff, I assume, is what you meant. Like the graphical lobby trees, lots of swooshy stuff, big shapy designs with lots of black and white graphic shapes. That kind of thing. I don't know if this is exactly who it is, but I assume. That's nice. I like this. This is kind of cool. Oh, I don't know if that's actually by them, though. Anyway. Yeah, it's his name? Okay. Perfect. But yeah, I'm just picking a brush more or less at random, and then putting it in here just to see what happens. I don't know. It's kind of fun. Although I'll be honest, this kind of painting typically isn't the most fun to paint on for too long. It's nice as like a super quick mood sketch, but any more refinement is not that fun for me. Partly because I don't know how to do it. Probably the main reason, actually. I don't know. It's typically not my favorite thing, is to do more refinement from these kinds of paintings. Little things back here. Stripes, colors, stuff of all sorts. There's a wistful quality almost to the colors he uses, like the shading is atomized or pointillism. Yeah, it does have a little bit of pointillism vibes to it. I don't know. I don't think it's yeah. I do like it, but it's not quite the type of vibe I'm going for probably. Okay, let's go to this one. But yeah, no, these brushes are cool. I've been playing with this last stream. There's just a lot of neat textures. They are Zach Retz's brushes, or they probably I don't know how old they are. I don't know if he uses them still, but they're quite nice. Um, yeah, let's do something a little bit. A little bit graphical, but only for starters. A little bit more swooshy, maybe like a building or something here. Trying to think if this was like a field of something. Again, we could do like wheat field type stuff. Going like this down here. We could have silhouettes of like things in the background. I don't know if I actually want stuff in the background. I also am wondering if I want something like that. Smooshy is the technical term. That is a technical term. Smooshy. Lots of swooshy shapes and yeah. I think we can do this. Trying to add like where figure out where the light is. Very two value type thing. I think that's okay. And then something like that. And more shadow, maybe. And then this shadow, let's put some bluish color in here. Like a blue-gray. Not that blue-gray. Something like that, maybe. And then that way we get the warm and cool color palette. We can put some reds in here. That doesn't look very red. That doesn't look red either. Does that look red? Nope. That's starting to look red. More orange. There. That kind of looks red. Trying to get a very soft red. I don't want it to be very, very bright. So very, like, warm. There. Something like that, maybe. Get some cool colors in there. I don't know what's going on with this brightness here. I kind of didn't plan that out. We can go over there. And then maybe we can add little things in here. The light that's sticking up. Also, I don't know why this would be in shadow, but maybe there's like a grove of trees right way in the back that's creating like a shadow. And then, of course, little windows. I don't know really how barns look. There we go. Then little bits of blobs of light. Some things in the foreground. And there, we've got ourselves a little thumbnail. I feel like the sky, though, should be a little bit bluer, right? It should be warmer or cooler. Like, almost white. Almost blown out, I feel like. Maybe. Like, what if we went like that? Is that... And then we can get some of that gold over here. I don't know, that's kind of cool. I feel like that's nice, isn't it? I mean, this is a very... The only thing I don't like is that I'm not quite sure what's going on with this wall, right? Because if I make this wall very bright, like the roof it might be, I mean, we could definitely put like a shadow under here. It just doesn't look right. I mean, maybe it does, actually. Maybe I just didn't paint it right. I think that was my issue. I just didn't paint it right. Not because the light there is bad, but because my skill issue. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And then we can have the... That go there. I mean, that's pretty something. Yeah, like, light perspective-wise, it's believable. Yeah, I feel like there's... yeah, it's okay-ish. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense. The light would hit there, there'd be a shadow here. Something like that. Light coming there. I don't know. Seems normal-ish. And then maybe there would be, like... I could probably put some glow or something. Like, around the edges here. These. In spots. And if I wanted... I wonder if I could do, like, a bright yellow. Right along the top. Also, I don't... Maybe I should make these taller. Yeah. Maybe even more, like... I don't know. I don't think I want the shadows to be cast there. I could probably put, like, a tree in the foreground or something. Or, like, mid-ground, kind of. Like, one tree here. That's, like, casting a shadow this way. Or something. I don't know. I'm not sure I want it there. Maybe I could put something else there. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll work. Anyway, I got that colored there. That's the one that Vana picked, this orange. I think it's still in the painting. Sometimes I accidentally destroy the colors. Making me think of a vineyard. Yeah, it's a little bit of a vineyard vibe, isn't it? Oh, hold on. I've reversed this. This should be bluer down here and redder up here. And the reason I'm making this choice of the red up here is because as you get underneath this awning, right, as there's this awning here, you have less sun, so the red of the building is going to show. But as you get here, there's more skylight. Sorry, not sun. There's more skylight here, right, because there's more angle for the sun, for the sky to come in. And so you get more... The color pick has a cooldown? It does have a cooldown. It'll be back up in like 5 minutes. I think I only allow for like 2 of them in a stream or something, because I don't want to be overwhelmed with color picking all day. But I think that's a good starting color. Hydrate! Oh, thank you, Skittle. Okay. And also don't forget to save. So yeah, there's thumbnail number 2, or technically number 3 for today. But yeah, I like that. It does have a little bit of a vineyard vibe. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of like where I live in a way, in the middle of a wheat field. What you know is what some people say. Although I always thought that was kind of dumb, because like, isn't the whole point of fantasy stuff is like, I don't know, you're kind of daydreaming about stuff that you don't have. So I don't know. Not that this is very fantasy, but not yet. Maybe I just need to put some swooshy magic in there. Some swirls and bright green lightning or something. Something that's just a little different. There. Now it's fantasy. That's how you make something fantasy. You just add a glowing light source that is not anything normal. Basically LEDs. You just put these RGB lights in places. I thought it was write what you know. It is write what you know, because painting what you know is sort of a given. Well, I mean, I think you have to know something to some degree to paint it, but also I think you could take that phrase way too literally and be like, well, I have to paint things that are local to me, and I can't paint, like, I can't make stuff up. You know, I gotta stick to realistic things in real life. I don't know. I could see that being. I mean, the idea obviously is to like inject things that you are familiar with right into. So even if you're writing like sci-fi, you inject things that you're familiar with, whether it's, you know, forms of government you've studied or technology type things you are familiar with, right? It's, you know, even the characters might be versions of people that you've met just to make them more believable. You don't have to literally, you know, you're not like not allowed to write sci-fi because write what you know. Like, obviously, you don't have to have lived it, but yeah, I was just being silly though. Put that big blob in the sky again and make it green, then it's fantasy. Yes, there we go. Big blob in this. Hold on, let's go back to that brush that we were using. Which one was it? Was it this one? No, I think it was this one. Boom, fantasy. Portal. Portal fantasy. It's opening up. It's a rift. A rift in space. Done. It's kind of cool actually. But I don't think it needs to be there. I mean, we could. Now it's Stargate. Yeah. Hold on. Let's try to do that again. I think I made this worse this time. There's a portal. That's something. I don't know what that is, but there we go. Yeah, I think I made this worse. I did it better the first time. But I undid it because I was on a different layer and I don't actually want this there. I'm just goofing around. But maybe I will have it there. We'll see. Okay, let's do another painting. This time, let's do something with a bit more height. So, I'm thinking something like a giant hill with big blobs. Maybe buildings. Maybe not buildings. I don't know. I do like the start with just like a three-dimensional thing where it's like it doesn't even matter what it is. It's just representations of 3D things. And then like, oh, these could be buildings or these blobs could be something else. Or maybe these things are further away. And this is up close. This is a weird brush. I don't think I like it for doing this. Not bad. There is something nice about it, but also I think this brush is much better. Oh, yeah, this brush is better for this early block-in stage. Because it gives a little harder edges, it's much easier to control. This already feels like an icy environment with lots of snow and ice. Like Arctic. Just from the values alone. Values and shapes make it feel like it's I mean, I guess that's really all there is, right? I guess colors and stuff, but yeah, it's already feeling a little icy. Just add glow dodge to the portal and you have it. To this? No, I don't think glow dodge would make this any better. I think glow dodge would just push it to white, wouldn't it? Of any, even if I do like an orange, it's just everything's gonna. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's just gonna push it to white. You're gonna be hard pressed to. It's not gonna do anything here because it's already too bright. Glow dodge wants to make things brighter. Same with color dodge. Maybe there's a way to do it. Happy lurking. Here, let's take an airbrush. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. New layer. Glow dodge. I mean, maybe? I mean, it's just bright. Maybe if I do green? I don't know. I think I could do that here with the green. Some green portal, but yeah. But yeah, it does kind of look like a glowing portal. Flamingo check, thanks. Wasn't sitting up very straight. But yeah, this is I do think color dodge or glow dodge, either or, would actually be really good in this painting. In small doses. No flamingos nearby. Yeah, I wasn't sitting on my foot, hence the flamingo, but I was kind of shrimping a little bit. I have really bad posture. Like, particularly when I'm standing, I'm pretty hunched over. Like, not, I mean, I'm capable of standing up straight. It's not like my spine is, bent or anything. It's just that's just the way that I sit. So, like, if I'm, here, let me give you profile. Like, I'll be like this. Like, there's like a curve here. Whereas, like, I can sit up straight and put my chest up and, like, make my back straight. But I have to, like, mentally do it because I don't just have, like, good posture naturally. So I've got to work on that. Now add characters, creatures, silhouettes, and you have a masterpiece on this one. I don't know about masterpiece, but thanks. Yeah, just giant robots or things coming out of the portal. Big stuff smashing the landscape. Totally. No, I think for this one, I want to focus on... We'll see what... No, mountain one. Oh, the mountain one. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Giant creatures? I mean, we could add creatures or characters, but I want to play around with it a bit more. Also, and not in glow dodge form. Same, even if I get my back straight, my neck sticks out like an ostrich. Yeah, there's a little bit of that with me. Although, I mean, again, I'm capable of not doing that, but I have to just really focus on it. And then I always forget, like, if you're not actively thinking of it, you go back to that posture, and then you have to, like, keep snapping yourself out. I do find wearing a backpack helps. Like, when I walk from, like, where I work to here, or here to there, because I'm wearing a backpack, it's hard to have crap posture, kind of. I mean, you can, but I don't think I do, because it kind of pulls back on your shoulders. So there's that. And also find, like, if it's cold, you kind of, like, tense up a little bit, which makes it easier to maintain that, because you're not, like, I don't know. I feel like if you get too comfortable, then you start slouching again. They have pretty good posture. That's something I have practiced a lot, and I guess working out at the gym helps as well. True. Yeah, I think working out probably is a probably the easiest way to do it, right? Because then you actually strengthen the muscles that need to be strong. Yeah, that would make sense. Hmm. It's a sign from the universe to work out. Ooh, what's this? Pick a color. All right. I see a lot of zeros in there. Is this going to be like super saturated? It is super saturated. All right. I'm guessing it's a dark color. It's a blue. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, and dark. It's blue. Yeah, smirk. Oh, yeah, it's blue and dark, and that's okay. I am fine with that. We can make something out of this. We'll just change the value a little, give it some saturation station. Yeah, I actually don't know what it's phthalo blue. Ah, blue. I don't know my blue name. I don't know color names. Uh, Figured you had reds and greens and yeah, I do. Yeah, let's yeah, we can do blues. I mean, I'm definitely tempted to do add some grays to this because this is very blue. Like sorry to say, I don't think we're just gonna. Oh, is that way loud for anyone else or just me? Thank you for the follow. Was that loud for anyone except for me, or was it just loud for me? Because it kind of blasts my ears like a lot. Or did anyone even hear it? I don't even know. Was just fine for you. Okay. Well, we'll keep it then. It'll be loud for me, but not for you. The green version is gorgeous. I don't usually like greens. Yeah. So I'm gonna add a lot of desaturation to this because, and I'm gonna use the blue as a bit more accenty because it's just overwhelming blue. Um, even pushing the blue back a little bit to something like this is more manageable. I will get that blue in there though. We will get that blue in there. I'm not sure how, and I'm not sure what I'm painting, but we'll figure it out. Just making some shapes. Some shapes to break it up. This blue could be a lake or sea. Yeah, it could be a lake or sea. Something looking out over it. Let's play around with a different brush. Let's do one of those funky color jitter. Is this a color jitter brush or crystals? True. I do like the idea of blue crystals. That could be fun. And then we get some like deep blue in down in like I don't know. Could be neat. Okay, let's go back to this other brush that I can actually control properly. Yeah, I mean, we could do something with crystals or I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I think we'll figure it out either way. It'll be just fine. Crystals that contain vast oceans. I'm not even sure what that means, to be honest. Sea crystals. Crystals under the ocean or crystals sticking out from the sea? Or both? Or neither. Okay, so these could be the crystals. We still need our blue, our dark blue in here somewhere. So that could be some crystals. Maybe it's not in an ocean. But like, I don't know, something like that, where we have these shapes sticking up. Good evening, Mr. Big Cookie. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Icebergs. Well, yeah, like they could be icebergs, but crystal bergs. A berg of crystal. I don't know what you'd call those. I guess just crystal bergs. But yeah, good evening, Mr. Big Cookie. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Berg is the Swedish word for mountains. Yeah, and in German, right? I think. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure. I feel like I knew that at one point. Crystal Mountains. But like an iceberg isn't as big as a mountain, so it's like they're kind of mountain shaped. But like that'd be like calling I don't know. In English, I feel like we don't really. I feel like berg has a different meaning, even though it's not really a word on its own in English. I don't think. Maybe it is. I wonder, is berg technically a word in English, like just on its own? A mass of floating or stationary ice, an iceberg. A large mass of hill, as of ice. Okay, so it's a mountain. A large mass or hill. Okay. I guess just. Yeah. There we go. We've learned something. Berg is, in fact, a word in English on its own. Even though I don't feel like people would ever use it. They only use it when saying iceberg. About 30% of modern Swedish vocabulary is actually just 1300s Low German. Yeah, I feel like a lot of languages all kind of originate from, they all have their ancestor languages. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. So yeah, so here's our crystal bergs, and we're gonna let's put some colors in them, not to make it not just blue, right? Like some deep purples, maybe all sorts of colors, deep purples and of course blues. Maybe even some turquoisey colors. The Norse language? What about the Norse language? I don't know much about languages and like ancestor languages and all that, or whatever the word is. But I always thought languages are cool, and I like how they sort of, yeah, they all kind of connect in some way, sort of. But then they also change quite rapidly over time, in when they're isolated, kind of like just evolution of like species, right? Like they change and adapt and like they just kind of grow over time into like this its own little thing. Kind of neat. Okay. here's this. Let's put some more pink and purple up here, I think. I'm just basically what I'm doing for anyone who is like, how do you pick colors? I'm literally just picking the color that I already have and just changing the hue slider and then just adjusting manually for the value a little bit. So like, I don't want things so different value that it's standing out. Like I do want it to blend in. So I'm also using opacity to like only make it blend in a little, and then that will be my new color. Or like I might take that and I might move it and I'll go down here and that should give me another color, and then do a lot of blending until it works. Like, yeah, it's basically just moving the color slider around. Also, I think having a logic to it would work well also, like blues on the bottom, and then we get more reds and warm colors up top, maybe where like the sun's bouncing around more. So maybe we get some of those darker blues down in the nooks and crannies down here, but then we get some of the more pinks and purples up here. So there's sort of like a gradient. Mr. Bickley says, I mean, German and Old Norse both originate from Proto-Germanic, but the influence of the Low German language on the modern Swedish goes beyond shared origins. It's a matter of historical events. The main reason being Black Death. Did you just type that up on your own, or is that copy-pasted from somewhere? Because... Yes, okay, I was gonna say, because you had, no. Yes, no. You did type, okay, you typed it. Okay. The main, it's a matter of of historical events. Yeah, but so, I don't really know what that means. When you say is that just like saying that there was, because like a lot of historical events affect like how languages get sectioned off, or like if it using like the evolution analogy, right? A lot of times there are like physical events that will isolate groups of species, right? And then they are split, and then they basically, one migrates that way, one migrates that way, and then they are on their own little islands, and they, for whatever reason, they never really come in contact again, right? And then they just kind of each go their own way. Like a lot of times there's you could call them historical events that divide or create situations where things are, killed off rapidly, and then they have to, like half the species is cold or something. Like that kind of thing, I think, like is a fairly common influence. It's just like the natural environment, but you could think of it as historical events. Like, is that not the same kind of thing with languages, where like you still get, it's not all natural, but you still get historical events affecting populations to where there's shared ways of talking about it, or shared things, or then there's groups isolated. I mean, obviously it's not the exact same, but I feel like a lot of the same concepts still apply. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Gotta search on that and read more on it. But I mean, like, language obviously evolves way faster, right? Because it evolves like in our lifetime. Well, I mean, so does evolution, but not as a whole. But like, language evolves super fast though, right? Because you can see it happening almost in real time, where new words come about, but certain countries won't pick it up, but others will. And then you just have like incorporations of new slang, and words change as people use them in different ways, and meanings change. And I don't know, I definitely think language is cool. I wish I would have studied more about languages in college and like, probably high school, although they probably didn't have much language stuff in high school for me. I mean, they had foreign languages, but that's not the same as like linguistics and learning about, yeah, learning about languages. It's like as a subject. But yeah, here are these bergs of ice or crystal. Probably crystal. Maybe little bits in here. But yeah, I've always liked language. Also, like one of the topics that I've always enjoyed is because inevitably, well, I like arguing, but inevitably one of the things about languages that always comes up is like sort of the whole like prescriptive language versus descriptive language. You know, do you use language to communicate, or do you create a set of rules and adhere to them and try to maintain them? And like I've always been much more, you know, it's more about communication. It doesn't really matter if you're using proper language, if you're speaking well, as long as you're understood, that's the most important part. And that makes language change super fast, right? Because people will language will change to describe new situations, and pretty soon words literally mean things that they never meant before. And as long as you're like using language to communicate, it just has this like super rapid changing thing. And I think it's super cool. Um, Languages don't stop at borders. Oh, definitely not. Yeah. Old Swedish was more unique and had much fewer words before 1300s. With how society almost collapses due to the plague, it catapulted a massive wave of social changes all throughout Europe and kickstarted cultural changes in a way that most likely wouldn't have happened organically otherwise. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that seems cool. I mean, not cool that the plague was a thing, but cool that like as a topic of learning about. This is yeah, history is interesting. Okay, so there's an environment. Does it look good if I crop it the way that I was meaning to paint it? Yeah, that works. Okay, so there's an environment. Let's see. Next up, colors. I don't know. We can do like we had some gold on our canvas still. Let's use that. That feels like a thing that a traditional painter might say. There's I have this paint here. Let's you have to use it. Um, So yeah, lots of color mixing. I actually really like this one. It definitely gives a crystal mountain vibe things. I mean, it literally looks like we're on a mountain, but then these are crystals, which is something I've painted before. I've painted stuff like this before. Maybe not in those colors, but yeah. In England, says Mr. Big Cookie, this manifested itself in the demand of higher wages and more social mobility among the feudal peasantry. I'll take your word for it. I've always been really bad at so I like history when it's told in an interesting story, and the story is like, you know, told in a way that has characters and you know you it's kind of grounded to events that you maybe have already learned about. So like maybe you learn about one big event and then you tell another story that loosely connects to that time of that event, and like that I remember stuff much better like that. I it no offense to you, but one of the things that always made history a really difficult subject for me was like naming of periods without really getting a good feel of what it meant or what it was. And so it kind of felt like it felt more like a biology class where you're just memorizing big words and you're memorizing dates and you're not really the like there wasn't like I feel like I have had a few history teachers where you know, they can just tell you an awesome story and it feels like it almost it could just as well have been fictional, like a written story, because it's exciting and it's interesting and like it feels like it's a well composed story because they took the time to plan their lesson. Whereas just like a lot of the way history is taught is so boring and textbooky and like dates and names and figures and you get like a paragraph of each character and then they move on to a new character. Like that's the worst story ever. Like that's not how you write. And I feel like the way we remember history is so much better in like where you get these narratives and these ideas and concepts and I don't know. I mean I know that's not really how it's I don't know. I like that method of history so much more. But yeah, even reading a paragraph like what you just wrote is like I kind of understand, but like even when you say the 1300s, I can't understand what that means in Sweden in the 1300s. Like even if you pin a certain event to it, I'm still pretty much lost. Like unless you set it up like it's a story where you give, you know, you describe things, you describe maybe a character going about their day and you give context before the event and like you build it up to where you can get inside that person's mind kind of like you would if you were reading a book. um because like if you have ever read a book like set in the 1500s, you could just the story could be about anything, but the way the author builds up the setting and the characters, you pretty soon get a good sense of like, oh, it could be a story about, you know, kingdoms power struggles, and you can still understand it in an interesting way that's like, wow, this is really interesting, right? It's not just in the 1300s, King whatever did this, you know, that stuff's so boring. And I always was annoyed that I never had like great history teachers. There's been a few where I've like later on where I've had like a one history teacher. I'm like, dang it, why didn't this come earlier? I would have totally been into history. But it came like later, and I don't know. I've had so few good history teachers, or at least not ones that connected with the way that I learn well. I've forgotten basically everything school tried to drill into me about history. Other than that, a Swedish king died from a pastry, which is still very popular today. Swedish kings are still dying from pastries today? That's not good. I feel like they might need to get their pastries checked out. But I haven't heard that one, I don't think. Is that like a well-known thing? Was it like a poisoning or was it just like a bad pastry? I feel like that's a if it's just like was it a fluke accident or was it like a assassination? You should do better at grammar. No, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I was just being silly. I knew you meant that they're not still dying today from bad pastries. Uh, he choked on it. Oh no, that's not good. Okay. Let's paint with some. We don't have any oranges in here. Let's put in some oranges. I do like the way this brush mixes because it does. There's still variation because there's texture, but then you also get that smoothness effect from the dual brush. So you get all these nice, varying colors in here. Super nice. Yo, the only thing I remember from history is about a war between Mexico and France because of a cake. It's literally called the Cake War. See, if you were to have given me a paper called the Cake War and you write it out with like, you know, somebody who understands it obviously because you don't want to like make up a story, but like you tell it in a interesting way, oh, I would have been all over that. I don't know. Part of me thinks that a lot of history teachers need to do more like narrative storytelling classes or writing so that they can learn to tell their history to an audience who maybe doesn't care about history, and they can make them care by making it interesting and focusing on like building up a plot, because that would just be way more exciting for students. Mr. Big Cookie talking about Cake Wars. This stream has everything. Yes, the Cake War. Yeah, I don't know what the Cake Wars are, but it sounds great. Yeah, we have a lot of mountains today. Maybe I want less mountains. Hold on. Let's do this. Still kind of mountainy, but not as much. Flick is my personal image manager. Your marketing. Oh, you have like the whole team. Well, if you wait, who's responsible for clipping and making YouTube shorts? Because I need somebody for that. Get on it. No, just kidding. I mean, not kidding about me needing that, but kidding about anybody is responsible for that other than me. What is this? I have no idea as a French person. What is what? This stream? I don't know what's happening. But hope you're doing well. How do you say your name? Babybel. Babybel? Babybel Sama. Hope you're doing well. How's the Saturday going? Hope everyone's Saturday is going well. It's kind of a weird tangent up there, but it kind of works. It's actually not that terrible. Maybe I can cut it off a little bit. The Cake War. Oh, okay. Never heard of Cake War before. I need to Google that. Yeah. By the way, not that it needs to be said, but I feel like whenever people are you know, flexing their knowledge of any subject online, just, you know, like, yeah, Google it before you start telling other people about it. You know, like, it's not that I don't believe what you guys are saying, but you never, I mean, I don't know, you never know. I've worked with this lady who well, no, it wasn't even working. I was literally in a grocery store checkout line, and a customer before who looked like they were on something, to put it kindly, I guess. They weren't all there. They were struggling. They were telling this fantastical tale of something or other to the cashier in front of me, and I was overhearing them, and it was like it felt very what do you call it? Like it was regarding medicine or some sort of healthy living thing, and like healthy lifestyle, you know, like catch-all remedy thing, like, oh, just rub this thing on you and spin around in a circle or something and you'll be cured of whatever you have, or, you know, something ridiculous that just didn't quite sound right. And I remember getting up to the checkout line, and I kid you not, the cashier lady, she started telling me about this thing as if it were like this new thing that she just learned about. Why would you tell people about this random thing that you have nothing, like, you don't know anything about, based on hearsay of some random person who clearly was maybe not the, you know, had all their mental faculty? Like, don't just start spreading misinformation just because you heard someone say something. And it drove me crazy. I'm like, I don't think that's true. And it was like, anyway, it just, that kind of thing. So anytime I'm on the internet and like we start talking about like telling cool stories, I'm like, oh, we gotta be, you know, don't go tell your friends about this story, because it might, you know, maybe just double check to make sure it's accurate. So yeah, that's my rant for today. Don't be a misinformation spreader. I'm not claiming anyone is. I'm sure you guys are all totally... I'm sure the cake wars exist. They probably do. But Joe, selling a shovel is so fun. I don't really know what that means. Is that the idea you like the people who got rich? Isn't that from that phrase? Like the people who got richest in the gold rush weren't the people with the people selling the shovels because or something. Is that the idea? I think that's kind of what it came from. Is like the shovel is more profitable than the like you could just sell, you could hype up some story and then you sell the solution. I don't know what it was. I don't really know what that means, to be honest. I feel like there's an analogy in there, kind of. Selling a shovel. I don't really know what it means. Now I'm confused. I've just confused myself. Look at me go. Okay. But yeah, I'm just painting. For anybody coming into the stream for painting stuff, I am just doodling a bunch of environments. Just sort of fantasy from imagination type stuff. Random colors. Trying to pick pleasing color palettes based on various vibes and moods that I want a painting to be. And then going from there. Number 6 has a face. Oh, I see it! Look! It looks like the Bongo Cat. It's Bongo Cat. It had 2 faces. Oh, does it? It's totally the Bongo Cat. On accident. I didn't mean it to be. You didn't even see that one? Okay, I gotta look. Or did you mean this one? That one is also a face. You know, if you look hard enough, you can kind of find a face in anything. I mean, we're pretty good at finding faces. You could even look at this as a face some way, probably. I don't know. No, maybe not. But yeah, this one looks like a face. Anyway. It's always fun. This is something that I used to focus a lot more on, is like making sure that my image doesn't have those distracting face things in it, like when you don't want it to. Like if you're trying to paint like a fantasy landscape, especially if it's like for an actual project, you don't want random faces or shapes in there that are not intended, because then they're distracting, they can catch your eye in unintended ways, and like it's just good to avoid those things. But yeah, I haven't really been on the lookout for those in a while. It looks like a dude looking out of a hole with just the eye and nose poking out. Okay. I think I maybe ruined it. But we could do another boat painting. Put little boats in here. Poor dude still took us. I'm sorry. We could maybe put a boat in here. I don't know. Basically, in that time, France was... Oh, Ethico says, in that time, France was trying to conquer Mexico since it was very vulnerable at the time after its independence. But Mexico was a Pacific country, so they had to find an excuse to attack. In a pastry shop owned by a French person, a Mexican refused to pay for a cake, so there was a whole deal about it. Gotcha. So so the whole conflict started with a cake. Sorry for the late reply. You're slow at typing. No worries. It does look like a beautiful slice of a beautiful canal. Or it looks like a slice of a beautiful canal. Slice of a canal. That's a phrase or a word that I don't really know how to wrap my head around. Pay for your cakes, folks, or the French might come and get ya. Yeah. Yeah, probably good to pay for the stuff. I mean, unless the cake is just so terrible, then like, by all means, like, you know, be the Karen or whatever the male version of that is. Like, stand up for yourself if someone is making terrible cakes and selling them and not what is advertised, you know. I think then by all means don't pay. I don't know. I don't do that. I would always pay, but I am glad there are people who are like, you know, 0 stars reviewers who are like stand up for all the other people who just move on with their day because they don't want to start a whole thing. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's do a couple more thumbnails. I heard they didn't want to pay because they were racist. Yeah. But to be honest, history is constantly twisted, so I'm not sure. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's lots of I mean, yeah, sometimes shop owners suck, and sometimes customers suck, and like it could be either way. You never know. Like both are so very plausible that at this at some point you at some point it doesn't really matter. All that matters is that it happened, and you just yeah. A customer service rep who finally snapped. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, as somebody who's worked in grocery stores quite a bit, I've seen many a times on both sides. I've seen the the customer service people snapping, and I've seen the customers snapping over literally nothing. Um, or most of the time, it's the customers snapping over something that is nothing, but that is perceived to be something because they're actually just misreading or misremembering or something. Like people who grab the wrong item but don't realize it's the wrong one and then insist that it's supposed to be cheaper than it is, and it turns out they just didn't read the label or like didn't read the product or didn't read the ad. Like that's the most common, but it definitely happens where like you get a clerk who is having a bad day and they've had one too many rude customers, and on the 17th rude customer of the day they just unleash their fury and just lose it. And like it happens. I mean, you never really know what the person's going through on the other end. And so, don't be a jerk. People working themselves up over a technical issue uh, that they cause themselves and then take it out on the store clerk. Yeah, that's the most common for sure. Yeah, that in well, at least in my experience, that's the most common. Is user error, and then you blame the thing in front of you, whether it's the technology or in this case the clerk or the store, and it's not actually their fault. It's the user. It's the customer in this case. That's very common. I'm at the point where I almost never speak up because I just am not in a position to quadruple check my work before I file a complaint, and not literally file a complaint, but like I'm I'm not gonna speak up because I know that it's almost always the customer that's wrong, and I don't want to be the wrong customer complaining about a non-issue because I didn't bother looking for myself. But most of the time, I can't be bothered to like go back and double check the shelf and like it's I don't like it's not really typically worth my while to do that, or at least I don't feel like it's worth my while, so I just don't say anything. Or maybe I'll mention it like in leaving, but it's I'm still pretty sure it could just as well have been me. I don't know. I'm not. Again, I've always been glad that there are people who will do those things because without them, they probably wouldn't ever get fixed. But at the same time, I don't want to be a person holding up the grocery line or having people stuck behind me as I'm throwing a tantrum. Like, I mean, obviously there's a middle ground, right? There's ways to deal with it that aren't throwing a tantrum. So that's probably your best bet. Just don't do that. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Big Cookie. I can't log into Facebook. You've sold me a broken phone. Yes, because that's the most likely solution. Yeah, solution to the problem, or not the... That's the most likely problem, totally. I don't have a password. Yeah, people, yeah. It's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, I think, when people blame the thing. And it's, part of it's just like a language thing. It's almost like a linguistic thing. And it's like a how you think about the problem. Like, I don't even mind... How do I word it? Like the difference between I am screwing something up with this painting program, or like I don't know how brushes work, versus oh my gosh, my brushes are broken, right? It could be that the brush is broken, or it could just be that I don't understand it. But either way, you don't understand what the problem is, and so like attributing it to oh, it must be my brush is broken. That's where I get a little bit triggered when people talk like that. The sort of projecting onto the thing they're doing and acting as if that's the problem when they're literally the only one interacting with it. Like, the problem is, even if it is broken, it's your problem that you don't know how to fix it, right? So it's like, I don't know. I like it when people talk about like I don't know how to do this, or I feel stupid because this thing's not working, but like I'm still the one who is, or maybe it is working, but like you don't know, right? It's sort of this like focused on actionable things, not outward uncontrollable events that are like your... And it feels like when people talk about the world as if they're just like reacting to the world as opposed to like they have an impact on it, kind of. I don't know how to phrase that. I don't know, it just bugs me a little bit. Like, I know I do it a bit too. I think everyone does it a bit. But I definitely find that there are some people who pretty much every time they have any frustration, it's always sort of other people, right? It's other people suck, and it's not, I struggle to get along with other people, or I struggle to communicate with that person. It's they suck, they're awful, and that it just bugs me to no end. And most of the time, I find if you just view it in the other way, you just find a solution. You don't even have to vent about it, because it's like that framing is a in my experience, it's a good framing to solve problems, because then you start looking for a solution rather than just venting about a problem. So yeah, that's a thing. Okay, picked a color for a thumbnail. Ooh, okay, oh, we have a thing here. We have a hex color picker, or you could use your own, or if you find a color palette somewhere online, you're happy to throw some colors in there. It doesn't have to be one color. You could throw a couple. However you want to do it, it's up to you. But yeah, I'm just moving colors around, playing with... I don't really know what I want to paint. And maybe some more architecture. We don't really have any architecture today. Ooh, what color is this? What color is this? Let's see. It's always funny. Ooh, that's a good one. Is that the same? Oh, okay. I was like, is this... For a second, I thought you were going to give me the same pink that I already had. I'm like, did you just give me the background color? But no, you were a little brighter. That's good. I'm going to say goodnight for today. Take care, everyone. Happy weekend. Take care. Have a good weekend. Watch out for trains. I will do. Are there a lot of trains around these parts? I don't know. Yeah. Thanks for the warning. Or, wait, this sounds like a mild threat. Watch out for trains. But yeah, I appreciate it. Somebody's threatening to run me over with a train. Okay, I think what I'm going to do here is let's go to one of those jittery brushes and use... Ooh, like, that's a lot of... I'm just putting color on the canvas. Maybe some grays, some purples. I don't know. I'm not sure what colors I want to pair with this. I do like this though. This would be a nice, like, because it's kind of a medium. It's not really super warm or super cool. It's kind of like in the middle, which would make it a nice, like, a warm. It could be like a good, what do you call it? Like an ambient light type color, like a foggy scene or something. Where you get a lot of this, like, it's like a weird foggy color of light. I don't know. Maybe, or what if instead though we paired it with like the same color but like yellow, and so you have a bright yellow, and then we have like a whatever color this pinkish color is. That could work too. So you have like a warm and cool light. Also, I don't know what this is. Maybe there's some shapes, some buildings. We could maybe put some people in this one. That'd be kind of fun. Let's do a scene with some people. There's a person. Standing out there. This one can be a little darker because they're in the foreground. Let's see, what do I want to do with this one? I don't know. Maybe just some more shapes. Some more dynamic things. Also, I'm kind of losing the color that you picked. We sort of should bring it back. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep playing around with color until something works and I like it. Because right now I'm not really liking what's happening here with this. I don't know. I do like this pink though. There's for sure it is a weird color to work with, I feel like. Also, I'm not sure I like this texture brush, but we're playing with it. Could make a pyramid in the background? Yeah, we could, for sure. We could make any shape anywhere. That's the beauty of painting, right? Is you can make any shape wherever. You can do anything you want. As Bob Ross would say, the world is... No, the canvas is your world. Is your little world. I don't know what he said. He said something about it's your place. Your happy place. in not so many words, it's your happy place, or something. But yeah. I don't know what I want to do with it. We don't have to put a pyramid, though. We could do... Dear God. I love pink, but I always struggle to use it. I think it's good. I mean, this is like almost not even pink, right? This is almost white. I mean, we could just do a scene without that pink, and then we add that pink as a white. So like, for example, if I were just to make like a general sky with like a gradient, right? And so we put our shapes back here, right? And then I use this pink. And this is something I do a lot of, where I would then use that pink as like the sunlight. And so you just slap it in there, and suddenly you have like an entire little scene. But that's not... I'm not sure I want to go that route. So many greens. Do we have so many greens? What do you mean, so many greens? So many greens? We don't have that much green, do we? We have green. We have 3 images with green. And actually, these aren't even... Well, that's hardly a green. That is technically a green-blue. This is just straight up a blue. It reads as green a little bit, though. This is also a blue that kind of reads as green. I mean, there's so many greens. I mean, there are. There is a lot of greens, you're right. Because green can be broken up into, like, yellow greens, and then also blue greens. And we kind of just call them all green. Whereas, like, if we have reds, when we get into yellow-red, we just call it orange. We don't call it yellow-red. And if we get into blue-red, we don't call it blue-red. We call it purple. And so, like, right, we don't... We just have a bigger range of colors that we call green. Even though you could argue that, like, limes are distinctly different than, you know, mints or whatever. I believe there was a Cynics video on this where he was ranting about how we just need more colors for green because all the other colors we break up. Light blue is like a weird exception because we have like a distinct like dark blue and light blue, and in our brains we think of them as like two different colors, kind of. Or like teals and blues. But like it's not as egregious as the greens. I feel like the greens in our brains, we still think of it all as green. But, like, there's still a lot of blues, and there's a lot of reds, and then there's a lot of greens. But somewhere we start considering, you know, oranges no longer reds, right? But we don't consider lime green no longer green, right? We still consider this green, but so is this. And, like, why are those both green? They're not. They're totally different colors. But anyway, I always thought that was an interesting distinction. I don't know how you would talk about it and have people know what you're trying to say, but I do think it's a useful way to think about it. Like that, the way I think about color at this point in my art journey, if that's even the way I want to use it, is basically just breaking things up into like warm and cool versions. It's the best way I've heard someone say it. Yeah. I mean, I think if you just break colors into warm and cool versions of itself, and you know, you have red, green, blue, right? You have the cones and rods in your eyes, right? And then you have warms and cools of those. But even within a color, you know, if I have a yellow, there's like, you know, you can lean the color towards orange and still call it yellow. You can lean it towards green and still call it yellow. But like, it doesn't really matter. Like, or you could still call it orange. I mean, like, at some point, the name of the color is less important than, like, you know, is it dark or is it light? Is it warm or is it cool? Like, that's far more important. Yeah, I feel like blue is a weird thing. The difference to me in blue is that you have a distinct light and darkness of it. Like, this kind of blue is hard to get too light, because otherwise you start getting it into like these like baby blue, like really, it's very pale. Where if you're talking about like just pure hue, right? So saturated colors, these blues are all very dark, right? So then you have these very dark blues, and then you have very light blues up this side, and it just gets lighter and lighter. And so you kind of have this, like, there's an easier line to draw, right? With green, everything is kind of the same brightness in a way. I mean, there are some darker greens up here, but like, everything's kind of bright, and you just have a big range of it. I don't know. I feel like green is a little confusing, but I also don't think it's that bad. Like for actual painting, practical painting purposes, I don't think it's bad at all. I think once you start, here, let me recopy that color that we were using. I don't think green's too bad at all once you start painting with it, as long as you're thinking in terms of like light and dark, warm and cool. You know, if you have a green, for example, that is, you know, on a leaf, you might have like the top part a very, you know, if it's hitting the sun, you're going to have a very warm green. And if you're going to have a part that isn't hitting the sun, it might be a very cool green. You could also have like light and dark greens that are either sun facing or sky facing or ground facing, and those are going to be warm, cool, or like just neutral-ish, depending on what you're doing. And also I think another tricky thing with greens, especially with digital, is that you get a lot of these like neon colors that aren't really natural at all looking. And so you kind of have to like, if you were to draw a triangle, so I'm gonna do it right here. So here's the color. Can you see my cursor? I don't actually know. No, you can't. So if you see my cursor here, there's like this triangle. If you just chop it off, so you have your square here with all your color, just imagine you draw a line across it right here. You can pretty much ignore those colors. Like, unless you're doing something, you know, cyberpunk or super neon, you're very rarely... I mean, there are cases where maybe you get some bounce light that are this bright green up here, like some super lime colored, but generally speaking, you're not anywhere in these colors. These are just so green. Real, you know, nature is going to be much more like, you know, these kinds of greens down here. You know, you're going to get these, you know, darks and neutral greens. You're going to get some, even these colors can get a little weird looking, but like these are much more normal greens than these. These are like crazy neon colors. And that's just, you just don't see those. Like, even same for like blues. Like these are just so blue. It's I mean, these aren't actually. I think blues aren't as bad though. Blues, I feel like you do see these in like the sky sometimes, or like deep dark things with like bounce light. But I don't know. For greens and reds in particular, I find it so hard to use these colors. Like generally you don't get that vibrant. But green's definitely the worst for that. So, anyway, in my experience, I just almost don't use those colors unless it's, like, super accented. Which adds a whole nother beast. Auroras are up there. Yeah, there's definitely exceptions, right? If the light source is green, it can be quite saturated, like auroras. But yeah, unless you're, like... I mean, again, there's always exceptions. But it's just not a color that you typically would use. Is there something about eyes that makes it more forgiving to green hues? Like the cones and rods are so sensitive to green? I don't know. Maybe. I think a lot of it's just in English we don't differentiate between, because I think I don't know if this is true. There was a language, I don't know what language it is, but they draw a distinction between like sunny green as like its own word. It doesn't have green in the word. And like dark green of like I don't exactly know the distinction, but there's like a line and where they will describe the color like it's actually used in their speech, and like I think how they think about colors and green. There is a variety there, kind of like with the lime versus the mint. I might be. I think part of it's, I think, cultural, because we can see them, and we know that if you if you're an artist and you pay attention to that stuff, you can very easily learn to differentiate between those quite easily. You may not be good at it if you don't practice, but you can definitely get there. So I don't think it's that like we just don't see them, if that's what you mean. Or if that we're super sensitive to it. It might also just take up a wider range of the spectrum. I don't actually know. Let me see. Color spectrum. Let me find one of those charts that show the wavelengths. RGB wavelength graph. Yeah, I mean, yeah, green might take care. I don't know if this is accurate. Maybe, I mean, it almost looks like red takes up more, to be honest, but... I don't know if this is accurate, but here's one. Let me just... Oh. Let's go over here. We'll just go here. I don't know if this is accurate. Does green have just a wider range of colors than, like, I don't know, maybe? I don't know how you would measure it. I don't know what the defining feature is. Do you measure the base or something? Like I could see if you're measuring the base. Again, I have no idea how this works. But yeah, there's maybe something in there. Like if you measure the base, maybe the green has the widest range. But even then, right, you're still getting into these like weird, like we still call this, like we only see RGB, but we still call this orange, right, and this not, like we don't just call it all green. I do think a lot of it's just language. We don't call this a separate color from this, but we do call this a separate color from this, right? Um, or like we call these purples and these, suddenly we call these greens, right? Or like light blue, dark blue. I don't really know how it all works, but yeah, I don't know. I do have a hunch that there's a lot of cultural stuff there going on. Hello, do you think AI will replace all artist jobs? No. I want to do art full time and I'm afraid of AI. So I find the best antidote to this is to get a little philosophical and really try to pinpoint what art jobs are, like what the artist is actually doing and what problems they're actually solving. Um, if I had to be super simplistic, I do think there's going to be a lot of like advertising jobs that probably go the way of AI, because oftentimes the products that they put out are just like vibes. They don't need any real design. They don't need any real consistency. They don't need, super pinpointed storytelling. They just need to be like, happy, smiley, make you feel good kind of stuff. Or like there is that example of like the marketing team for Magic the Gathering just had some like fire mage looking character. Like, was that actually Chandra? No, but it kind of sort of looked good enough to be like a marketing thing. But like it doesn't work when you're trying to make actual illustrations, because suddenly you have a big overarching project and you need consistency and you need designs, you need to be able to tweak specific things. Or I speaking of the getting a little philosophical, um or even thinking about like the amount of control you could have over an image, right? Like if you actually, or like, or okay, sorry, there's so many aspects of AI we could get into this forever, but, and I actually really like talking about this because I think it's fun, but I think a big one for me is like the difference between like your art, personal art, and commercial art, and how much of you is in commercial art versus how much of you is in personal art, and like various art markets that are, like a good example is Pete Moorbacher. He's selling his own project, right? It's not just like, oh, you buy it because it's kind of cool. I mean, maybe you do, but like you probably have some connection to him if you're buying his stuff, right? So AI certainly can't do that, right? Because it might be able to do something equally as cool, but it's not going to be his project, right? The only way you're going to get a Pete Moorbacher project is if you buy it from Pete Moorbacher, right? So even if something is equally cool, but one's made by machine and one's made by this person who you think is cool, which one are you going to buy? Two equally cool products, but one is like you can go to the artist signing, right? You can go shake hands with the artist. Like maybe to some people it doesn't matter, but there's always going to be a market for like a thing. I mean, I think that the whole idea, sorry, I'm not even painting when I'm ranting. I think there's a big idea about like, oh, it's the art, the artist doesn't matter, it's just about the end product. It's all about the art. And I think that's a good mentality to have if you're a student who's trying to actually improve their skills, rather than like just get caught up in like trying to make a name for yourself. You're actually trying to make good stuff. But I think it's just not true, right? The artist does matter. And the most obvious extreme example I always give is like, you hang your child's art on the wall, right? Not because it's amazing, right? You don't, that's not why you put their art on the fridge or on the wall. You do it because they made it and you care about them, right? That's an extreme example, but to lesser degrees we do care about people. So that'll always be a thing. But yeah, if you want to, Feng Zhu has a really good video on this. Feng Zhu I don't know what it's called. How do I find it? It's a little maybe contentious because he seems to take a pretty neutral tone, which I know neutrality should not be contentious, but he takes a little bit of a neutral tone on AI, and he's like, if it's good, I'll use it, but right now, here's why it sucks. And he basically is just like, hey, we tried to use it. He's like giving his opinion on, like, you know, me and my team have spent hours trying to use AI and implement it into our workflow to make us more efficient, and we can't do it, and it wastes our time, and here's why. And I thought it was a good video. I don't know how relevant it is. It was 10 months ago, so maybe it's, you know, some... And he's pretty good about, like, pointing out which issues he thinks will be solved and which he doesn't think will be solved. And, you know, he's not an expert on AI, but I tend to... as, you know, he's somebody who does a lot of, like, high-end design stuff for movies and games and stuff. So I feel like he has a pretty good sense of the because a lot of, so I guess in summary, a lot of the stuff that he's doing is like problem solving a very specific thing, you know, making a, you know, 2 items that tell a story, and these items can come together and they create like a, you know, think like a pendant, and you have the 2 halves, and they can twist together, and they when they're together they create a shape, and they do a thing, and they tell a story, but when they're apart, they tell a different story. That's a very specific thing, right? That's something that a designer would do. They have to design this thing for a person to tell us a very specific story. AI is not doing that, right? It might be able to make a cool looking pendant, but it's not gonna have like 3-dimensional parts that can move and that actually are to make sense on their own, but also make sense together. Things that, like, I think the example he gives is if you're doing like a transformer, even if you were just to make a box and you were to, like, you know, cut out shapes of the box, and you're like, I want to this shape to unfold and, you know, turn into like a staircase, right? AI doesn't understand that this shape is also this shape, right? Or if you had a, you know, maybe it was a mechanical part and these things slide back and forth, and you want to make the cuts in such a way that, like, you know, what if it's a really funky box, like one of those sci-fi doors that open up and they go whoop, and then they retract? Like, AI doesn't understand 3 dimensions, right? Not in this way. Not to where you can design with it. It can spit out something that looks cool, but if you're trying to make a project or design a thing that with a function, it's really bad at that, especially if it's not anything new. So I think in terms of like concept art, it's pretty worthless to some degree, at least for like new and novel, interesting things. But yeah, no, I don't know. I think, I mean, there's always going to be like certain markets within art that are disrupted, right? There's always going to be, you know, people who just want to have a quick idea of what their D&D character might look like, so they type in, like, you know, gruff halfling with a beard and a mohawk. Like, maybe it can give that to you, you know? But is that going to be enough to, like, you know, is that actually doing good character design? Probably not. Especially if you have like any concrete story. Like, there are things it can do, but I don't know. I think also, like, art to me anyway, maybe this is a hot take, it should always start as a hobby. And it will never take the hobby aspect away. And most people should not be like, I want to be a pro. Like, if you're not already doing art and learning it because you enjoy that learning process, then maybe don't focus on that pro part. Humans can add their own experience into their art. Yeah, I mean, there's, again, the human experience, I don't want to be like, that's the only thing that matters because AI is better than us at everything else, because that's just not true. AI is trained on human art. It's only good because people have made stuff better than it in the past. Like, it's not doing stuff better than humans. It's doing it worse than them. There's a consistency level with AI that makes it look really good. But it's just, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me too much. Also, I think Fangzhu also talks about this in his video. But even things just like, I want this shape to be, this shape instead. Like, that is such a quick fix if you're painting, right? Say, what if this shape had a hole in it and there was an arch back here? What if this arch, instead of being rounded, was a little bit more, tapered? Well, great, I can do that, right? I don't need the words to describe it. I can just do the thing, right? Like, you can design the shapes much more pinpointed how you want. When you actually have the skills. And this is, I think, one of my big points. Also, I mean, gosh, there's so many points. Oh my goodness, I can't even speak straight because there's so many points I could make. Okay, I think one cool topic is, well, gosh, I wanted to go into the education thing. But okay, so yeah, let's talk about like supply demand, right? So even if AI becomes like a new thing, you're still going to have people who really know their stuff, right? You're like the art directors. If less people are going into art because they feel like they don't have to learn it, you're going to have fewer of the high-end artists who know their stuff, right? Who can do the quick, paint over that actually can nail a change that the AI can't understand, right? You're going to have the person who is making everything like there's still gonna be those jobs, and so you will still need the artists. It might be that some of the low level artists jobs are taken, hypothetically. I don't even think that's really true. Well, maybe. But you're still gonna need that. So if less people are going into art or learning those skills to that degree, then yeah, maybe there's just even more money in it for the few who decide to go into it. I don't know. I don't really know where it's gonna take, but I do think there's an element of that, of like a lot of people are using AI as like a crutch, and then when they actually need to do things that require problem solving that the AI isn't built to do, they can't even approach it. It's like they don't even know how to fix perspective. God forbid you want to do something new. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of... It also depends on what you're doing. I mean, I think AI is super disruptive at the moment. Probably my biggest fear is not an AI or technology problem, but it's a human problem, which is I think a lot of people who are hiring, for lack of a better word, have never made a thing in their life, right? They are just picking people who they think will work well together, and they see dollar signs when they see AI, and they're like, we can save money, and they have no idea how movies are made or how art or video games are actually get made. All they see is dollar signs, and so they hire people thinking it's going to replace when it's actually just making it worse. Like, it does a thing, but it's not the same thing, and the thing that is now lost is like was an actual important part of the ingredients, right? But they didn't know that because they've never made stuff. Like the amount of people touting the idea, like, you can just put your idea in your head on the page. Do you think that's how good ideas are made? Because that's not how good ideas are made. You don't just wake up a morning with a brilliant idea, draw what's on your brain by it's like photographic memory, and then boom, you have a fully designed composition and storytelling, and like you don't just magic it into existence in your brain. Like, there's an iterative design process that you go down to arrive at like the best way to tell a story. It's not just a story, it's a crafted way of telling a story. That doesn't happen. Like, it's true that if you type in a story, maybe the AI can and will be able to like spit it out. But that's not what storytellers are doing, right? They're crafting the story to evoke very specific things and each time they do it, they might be like, here's two stories that evoke the same idea, but we actually want to push it in a direction. And it's you actually have to know how images work to do that. It's not just like it's not about just having something that looks nice. The story I always tell, sorry if this is an incoherent rant. The story I always tell, it's from a YouTuber who I don't know the name of. I wish I could find the video. If anybody knows, please send it to me. But it's of a graphic designer who was asked a similar question. This was like maybe 5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, somewhere there, before AI. It was before 2022, I think. But somebody asked them the question, like, what do you do when you see kids making beautiful art better than your logos, right? You're a professional. You see these up and coming teenagers who are, still in high school, and their Instagram is like filled with beautiful logos. And he was like, it's scary at first, but then you have to remember that they're not actually designing. They're basically painting beautiful pictures without a purpose behind it. Whereas they are, so they are, here, let me draw stuff on the screen rather than using hand gestures. So like his example is that they are starting with a beautiful piece of art and then making up a story, right? They're making up a business. Right, they're starting with the art. They're saying, give me something beautiful, right? That they're, people just making cool designs. That's not what graphic designers do, right? They start with this, right? They start with the idea or a story or the direction they want to be in, right? And then they go down a design process crafting that story to be exactly what they want so that they can come out with a product that actually serves the story, right? So the end product, that's not how you draw a star. So the end product is actually serving the real life idea, right? AI is kind of doing this, right? It's just giving you you're giving a super vague idea and it's making something that looks beautiful, but it's not clear enough to like fit into a Magic the Gathering set, right? Where you have all these little recurring characters and Easter eggs and carefully crafted designs. The clothing might be torn because of a backstory the character has. And maybe in another card, it's not torn because of a reason. And like there's a whole design process and it's all built on each other. It's not just make beautiful art, please, right? Yes, AI can make beautiful art, and if you put them side by side, you might not be able to tell the difference. But when you actually put it into a product, there's a world of part of difference. And I think that's a big thing that it's hard. It's hard to tell, I think, the difference between these two stars, right? These two beautiful pieces of art, if you don't have the story. But when you actually try to make a product, when you actually try to put yourself into a team of designers and people working together to make a movie or a video game, it matters how you got there, right? Because if you can't work with the people, this is like putting the team here. If you can't work with these people in the story department, in the design department, in the idea stuff, you're hopeless. Like, yeah, you can make nice art, but it's not, you can't tweak little things. You can't push things in directions. You can't, like, there's a whole bunch of you basically, it's just the process is backwards. I don't know. Sometimes I wake up with story snippets in your head or dreams. Yeah, but even if you were to put them down on page, do you think that story snippet is going to be as good as a story that is crafted by a good storyteller for a purpose? Like, I think that first idea or that first impression, oftentimes they feel good in your head because in your head you have all these other things, right? You have context that is built in, right? If I tell you to imagine, I mean, my go-to example is like, if you imagine a haunted house, you can imagine it potentially, depending on if you have aphantasia or not, you can imagine it so vividly that you can give yourself the chills. But is that all visual information, right? As a visual designer, we only care about the visuals. And the answer is no, right? You know it's a haunted house ahead of time. You've already been told the story. You know, maybe there's a whole backstory there. Maybe you get shivers when you step in because of the eerie silence or the floorboards creaking. None of that's visual, right? It could be the cold mist that you feel. That's not visual. That's a feeling that you already know exists. How do you convey that visually? That's a totally different skill. So it's just because you have a vivid dream doesn't mean it's going to translate visually, right? Or if you've ever walked into like your kitchen and somebody left something in the garbage and it made you like gag because it's so gross. Maybe you looked at it and it was like a weird pile of mush, but then that made you gag even more. if you were to take a photo of that and show that photo to someone, do you think they'd gag? Probably not. It was probably the smell. It was probably the unknownness of it that is like, you're smelling something, you don't even know what it is because it's so gross. But like, it's those senses. That's not something visual, right? If you want to evoke an emotion, it's not just give me an image of something gross. It's like, do you understand visual storytelling in such a way that you can make other people feel that? That's something that, and again, it's not like there's just one solution. There's many ways to do it. And the AI doesn't really understand those things, right? It can't craft that experience. It can give you examples of it if it pulls from it, but it's not the same as actually like. So anyway, the whole point I'm making is that the notion that if you have get back in, yeah, I forgot to draw. But yeah, the whole notion that like if you have an idea in your head that is a good idea, or that is an idea worth putting on the page. I mean, it's a good starting point. There's nothing wrong with using a dream as a starting point, but you still have to go through that whole process of designing and crafting that image to actually convey the thing. It's like having an idea in your head for a speech. So now you have a good speech? No, you have to go and write the speech, right? You've got to like maybe even audience test it if you're, actually concerned, because, do you break it up? If you just have a big long speech, it might be boring. Maybe you want to break it up. Maybe you want to put a joke in the middle, give some areas of rest and some pause. If you were then to give that same speech to a more professional speechwriter, they could take the same ideas you had, but make it even more compelling, right? They could evoke more of an emotion from their audience. They could win them to their side even more, right? Like, just because you have an idea in your head doesn't mean you're a great speechwriter, right? You still have to learn to write speeches. The content might be the same, right? You still might have all the same points you wanted to make, but a good speechwriter is going to make them in a different way, more directed to an audience. They might even communicate them better so that it's not just like saying the point, but they take you along on a journey of. Anyway, hopefully my point gets across, but that's all to say that I think there's a lot of misconceptions around what AI is and isn't doing, and how art is and isn't made. And I think a lot of people are fearful that, oh my gosh, AI is going to do this thing that it just isn't doing. Or, oh my gosh, these people are doing a thing that they're just not doing. And AI can do that, which maybe it can, but it's not actually doing the thing that people do. So there's a lot of, I don't know, it's that kind of thing going on. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's scary. I also think that like, you don't have to do art professionally. I mean, art is not a huge moneymaker anyway, with or without AI. And you're allowed to do it for fun. You're allowed to do it because you want to. And I think everybody should do it for fun before you ever do it professionally, right? I think, and like you can do professional art independently, right? That's why I use Pete Moorbacher. Yeah, no, I know that's how people get ideas, but I guess my only pushback is that sometimes the ideas, like maybe the kernel of the nugget of the ideas from the dream, but by the time it hits the page, if you were to have somehow magically taken a snapshot of your dream or whatever you were seeing in your head, it would not be the same thing that ends up on the page, right? You would have gone through a process. And if you didn't, I would argue it's probably not going to be a very compelling image. I think a lot of people have like a rose-colored idea of what they see in their head because they have all those other senses, right? You have that feeling, you know the backstory. It's kind of like when I see an image, I could like imagine myself flying through a building. Try to capture that in a single image. Like suddenly you don't have the motion, you don't have the noises and the whooshing of the air. Like there's a lot of stuff that just can't be communicated visually, and if it is, you have to be really clever about it. It's not just capturing what's in your head. I think that's just a giant misconception, and it kind of drives me a little crazy. Because I mean, I think it's a fine place to start, but Um, I think if you have that view of image making, then when you see AI make something awesome, you're like, that was my idea, without really sort of digging deep and being like, was it though? Like, it's very easy to convince ourselves that, like, we felt something, and maybe the AI makes you feel that thing, and you're like, I therefore feel this thing, therefore that was my idea, when it wasn't. Like, and that's the tricky part. It's like it might, and maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe sometimes, maybe the AI can do that, and in some markets, in some areas, some niches, like maybe that'll be fine. And I do think there will be a few, particularly like promotional content, like single standalone images that aren't part of a story. Might be your idea, but the AI stole all the references to make it. No, I mean, it's not even that. I mean, yeah, not to get into the ethics of it. That's a whole nother thing. But no, I mean, the idea isn't the valuable part. That's what I'm trying to say. Very rarely is an idea so new and novel that that's the thing that makes it good. It's the communication of the idea. Right? You could take 10 professional storytellers and 10 amateur storytellers and say, tell me a story of a fish going on a journey to find a lost artifact. That's not a good story. That's a terrible story. But I can guarantee you a professional writer could take that and do something with it, right? It's the idea wouldn't change, but it's how you tell the story, right? There's a lot of how you tell the stories that matter. I mean, take Shawshank Redemption. Awesome movie about a prison, a dude wrongfully convicted and then he escapes. Spoilers. That's not a new idea. There's a million prison escape movies. There's a million movies about being in prison. Nothing about that movie is original or new, but it's the storytelling that makes it so good. It's the way that it makes you connect with the characters. Yes, there are specifics that are unique to it, but specifics aren't the thing that's making it good, right? This is like the seeing the forest for the trees example, right? This is like you thinking that you recognize your friend because of the freckle on their face. Yes, the freckle might be unique to them, but you're not recognizing them by that freckle, right? It's not the details of the movie that's making it good, even though that might be the thing that you think of as unique. It's still the overarching, like, how it's told. I mean, among other things. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't think. I think there's just a lot of misconceptions and myths around storytelling. Okay, what am I doing? I don't know. Let's erase this one, and then let's vote on one of these so I can actually paint on until the end of stream. I went on a rant for 20 minutes and didn't do any painting. Well, also, somebody voted for this one for number... Not voted, but they redeemed the thing for number 7 here. And this has a little bit of pink, but I realize it's not that great. I might return it next stream, because I feel bad for not doing a proper thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, my issue with AI almost entirely is the ethics behind it, right? It's not the art itself. It's the product. Is a product built by people who stole stuff to make the product. And then that product creates art or images, whatever you want to call it. That product is still built on theft actively without paying people or crediting them, and it's actively trying to compete in the same market as those people it stole from. So it's like, if my boss just didn't pay, I mean, like, sometimes value's added, right? Like, that happens a lot where people will do a thing and then suddenly there's a supply for a thing, and it's like, oh hey, wheat supply went up, or not supply, demand went up, and then all these people run into all the wheat fields that are just like, to them, they're sitting there even though they're not theirs, and be like, wheat wasn't valuable yesterday, so it doesn't matter if we take all your wheat now. We want all your wheat. And then they take all the farmers' wheat and it's like, oh, and now we're going to build something that makes the wheat produce more wheat, and we're going to just get rid of the farmer. It's like, no, all that thing, you literally built it on their product. Like, you didn't even pay them for the wheat that you stole. Like, not only is your product, like, not yours, because it built entirely on the back of the farmer's wheat, but, like, you didn't even pay the farmers. Like, it's one thing if you paid them, that's fine. But, like, you can't take something... Anyway, it just... It doesn't... It just... Yeah, that's, like, the biggest problem. That's... Hello. Hey, Ghost Kid! AI art isn't the best either. Lots... Well, even if the art looked beautiful, it doesn't matter. Because, going back to my example of, like, you know, beautiful art without much of an idea, and the AI does something, but then you make up a story, kind of. And again, technically you do have a story, right? I input an idea, which is not a very good one, right? I'm going to put a frowny face. So I input some idea, and then the AI does stuff and makes an image. That's not how art gets made. And the reason it matters is because if you're trying to make art for like a movie or something, or a game, or literally anything, you have a whole process. You do start out with some idea, but the process here is not like this. This image might be an okay starting point here, possibly. But then you still have to actually do more problem solving, because those things do matter, because they're going to be rigged, and they're going to be you know, working with lots of things that you need to make sure stuff works properly, the designs make sense. Like, stuff matters. It's not just give me a beautiful image. Yes, the outcome might also be a beautiful image, and maybe to the untrained eye, or even to the trained eye, they look the same, but they're not. Functionally, one is useless. And just because they both look beautiful, they served a very distinct part in like a pipeline, right? You might have art that does something, like certain concept art might be passed on to 3D modelers. Again, it might look beautiful, but one isn't designed and the other is, and that matters because it's designed with all of the context and the story and the history. It's like... And that's just talking production art. That has nothing to do with the human side of it, right? That has nothing to do with the, you know, the independent artists out there making their own projects, and you want to buy them because you like their stuff, right? So yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of feelings on it, and I don't know. It's yeah. Okay, let's vote. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. This was gonna be... this stream was It's a Wonderful Day to Make Art. Okay, we're gonna vote, and then I'm gonna work on one of these till the end of stream. It is a beautiful day to make art, and apparently rant. It's a beautiful day to rant. Okay, vote. We have 8 options. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Art is human experience, a human expression, not machines. I mean, I don't even care if you call AI art. I don't care about getting hung up over what is and isn't art. I just think there's a lot of cases where it's very clear that we do care about human making art, even if we like to pretend that it's all about the final product. I mean, I think I went through phases where I had like the... And again, I think it's a healthy mentality to have early, because that is part of what makes you learn the technical stuff. But I think we're just lying to ourselves at some point if we actually believe that art is all about the outcome. And a lot of production art, you know, people do think of it that way. It's all about the outcome. A lot of designers don't even consider themselves artists. They just think of themselves as designers, and who cares how it's made. And I think there are niches in art that is an okay way to view it, because you don't need, like, your human experience. But so much of art just isn't that, right? There's a lot of cases where humans do matter. I mean, stories, for example, like if my dad came to me as like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell you a story that happened to me in my on my last hunting trip." I'm like, okay. He's like, or I could tell you about a story of a hunting trip that I didn't have. Which one you want to hear, son? And I'd be like, obviously I want to hear about your trip. Like, why would I care about some random thing? You know, like, there's obviously an emotional, like, a human element to that that's like, yeah, I'd rather hear about this real thing, right? Or this thing interpreted by you. Like, I'd like to say just tell me the better story, but the fact is I would connect more to it if I knew if I mean again, you could make a perfectly good fictional story that I would want to hear, but I think there's just a lot of I think there's a lot of like us fooling ourselves and being like, oh, I don't care about anything but the end. And I think that's just false. I think even if you say that, you're wrong, and you do. So anyway, there is the link to the straw poll. I'm gonna pin it to the top of chat. It'll be up there for about 4-ish to 5 minutes. Let's put it 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Here, I'll put my vote graphic up here. Look at that beautiful graphic. I made it myself. Spent hours getting the text and font just right. You can tell I'm a good designer. Whoop. It went all funky on me. There we go. There. You can vote for your favorites, and whichever one wins the vote is the one I will work on till the end of stream. I wish tech bros would use their powers to make things like robots that help me do chores and bring in the garbage bin so I can do art. Yeah. And people like art. And people will always make art, right? Um I will say I think on the commercial side of it, you know, there are obviously lots of uncertainties. Um and I think a lot of hiring people, to put it one way, people in suits, a lot of them are buying kind of the grift, I think, at this point. So there is a lot of turbulence and a lot of people are losing jobs. But then a lot of them are being hired back. And so there's just a lot of, I don't know, a lot of uncertainty. But there's definitely areas where, like, again, if you have an idea and you want to tell a story and you want to design that story, how is AI competing with you? Like, it kind of isn't. Like, if you actually care about the story, like in some way, if your only goal is to tell a story and make some money, then maybe AI could compete with you. But if you actually want to tell like a story that you care about and you want fulfillment from that, like that's where you tell stories. I think people will always tell stories. So I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. Also, number 3, number 2 wasn't supposed to have this in it. I didn't actually want a giant green portal in number 2. Is number 2 gonna win the vote? Oh, sorry. Also, if anybody was like viewing on YouTube, I don't know if there's anybody in YouTube here, but I do stream there now for VODs. I try to have my VOD on YouTube so people can watch it if you miss me or something. But yeah, I didn't post the link there. Do I like today's thumbnails? I mean, they're all pretty basic. I feel like 8 is the most fun, right? Like, you can vote for multiples, by the way. I feel like 8 is just... Oh, 6! 6 is crushing it. What is 6? Okay. The weird tangent one? 6 and 8 are actually pretty high up there. Thank you guys for voting. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Rest in peace, Portal. Yeah. Conqueror, how are you, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Don't forget to hydrate, save, do all that stuff. Wow, we have a lot of you voting. I appreciate it. It's always nice when there's more than like 3 votes because then I can feel more confident that like this is the one that people like the most. Which is different, by the way. This is a whole nother rant topic I could go on. Like judging your art by the number of likes it gets. Not, again, kind of has the same vibe as what we were just talking about. Like if you want to tell a story or you have an idea, sometimes it's not about just making it the coolest thing ever. Sometimes it's about like actually telling the idea that you want to tell. So anyway, that can get in people's heads a lot, I think, with social media. And some, the art that you spend the most time on does poorly on social media, and then the art that you just slap up in 10 minutes is like your best thing ever. And it's like, oh my gosh, why is it so backwards? Why is the art getting all the likes if I'm slapped it together in 5 minutes? And why is the stuff that I slaved over for hours and hours and hours getting no traction at all? And like, I think that can be a real downer for some people, but it's a good reminder. Like this is where I like to take every once in a while take like a philosophical approach to these various things and sort of like pick them apart, because I feel like a lot of that you arrive at a place where you're like, okay, it doesn't bother me anymore because the stuff that I made for me is like I get more enjoyment out of that, but also it is going to be more niche because it's more like you. And so it's not going to be as broad and generic, and it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea because it was handcrafted for you. And so like of course it's not going to be as popular. So like there's a lot of things like that where I feel like are kind of comforting thoughts in a way. Anyway, just random thoughts. Doing all right. Your audience wants a Stargate, apparently. Doing all right. 8 is your fave, but 6 has an interesting color scheme. It does. Do we have a winner yet for the straw poll? Oh, was it really already 5 minutes? I don't know. Which one won the vote? Oh, 6. Okay. Yeah, no, 6 and colors are nice for sure. So that's a thing. Alrighty. Let us, oops, not do that. Just gonna save my image here real quick. One thing I should have done this while I was sitting there not doing anything. Pro streamer right here. I'm sitting here for 5 minutes. And I literally didn't do the one thing I should have done while that was happening. I am going to put this on Discord. And by the way, we do have a Discord if anybody wants to join. There's the link. I share art, or everybody shares art. Lots of people share art in there. It's a good community, I'd like to think. Also, why can't I make a screenshot? It's a good community. I'm not super crazy active. I wish I was more active. I don't know. I need to do like more Discord management and stuff. But anyway, I do put all the art from each of the streams in there that we do every day. So that's a thing. So there's like a channel of... Here, I'll share. Just a moment. It's loading. I had forgotten to sign into Discord. So that's happening. Okay, here. Here's the Discord. If you go here, there's a thumbnail archive channel. I do put all of the thumbnails and the art from today's stream in here. So all the art that we've made in the past, just going back to basically forever. The thumbnails, right? So like here's the thumbnails. We picked one of these, then we worked out to the end of stream, and yeah, just lots of stuff. So we have, it goes back years, literal years. But also we have like art share channels, we have sketch share channels, references and resources, among other things. So that's a thing. Feel free to hang out. With that said, let's pick number 6. And make it large. And then we're going to work on it. Alright. Can somebody give me a 5-letter word in chat? Not all at once, though. An appropriate word. It has to be appropriate. Nothing offensive. It has to be a real word. Scrap. All right. I'm gonna do the daily Wordle, and I wanted a 5-letter word to start with. Let me go to Wordle. We're gonna do the Wordle and the connections real quick. If anybody wants to join along, you're welcome to participate. Audio, manga. No, I'm not doing audio. Audio, although the other day wasn't. Ooh, audio is a good word. People like audio. We'll do scrap. I like to just start with random words. Oh, that was a good word. Could be cigar. I was thinking AR words. At first I was thinking AC words. So like something RAC. Lorac. I don't think that's a thing. RAC. I don't think there's that many AC words. Recall. No, recall is not. I think. I feel like cigar. That was the first word that came to my mind with AR and a G. Is that even how you spell cigar? I actually don't know. I think it is. I feel like it could totally be cigar in 2. Dang it. Okay, it wasn't. Wait. Cream? Clear? Yeah, clear. No, it can't be clear. It can't be EAR. It has to be CR or C blank R. Hold on. What is there any RA words? Cyril. Surab. Crab. Coral. Coral could work. CORAL. No, it can't be coral. It can't be coral. There's no R in it. Nope. Can't be coral. We already have an R up here. I think it has to. Yeah, R has to be here. R has to be here. We've already have an R here, and I knew I looked at it right. Okay, what about cream? I feel like let's try cream. Okay, that looks like that was it. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, I didn't do yesterday's Wordle. Or did I fail? No, I don't think I did. I don't think I did it. Dang, that sucks. We had a streak reset yesterday. Apparently, I missed yesterday's. Okay, that was not bad. Let's try the connections. GG's? Yeah. Okay, let's try the connections. Yankee Doodle. Yankee Doodle. Yankee is like a type of sports team, right? The Yankees... The Celtics, I don't actually know what the Celtics are. It sounds like it. Canadian is one, right? The Canadians. That's it's not the same though, right? That's not a baseball team, is it? Packer. Yankee is baseball. Packers are football. Celtics, I don't actually know. Is that baseball? Boston Celtics? Canadian, is that hockey? I assume it's hockey because I don't know anything about Canada sports. The Canadians? I don't know what they play. What are these all different? I don't know. That sounds like a sports thing. Oh, Celtics is basketball? Okay, I didn't know. I don't know sports. You think I know sports? I just know that the names because I've heard them. I don't know what they are. Is it a name for Northerners? No. I think, no, Canadian spelled like this, IEN, is a sports team. I don't know which sports team, but IEN is definitely a sports team. It could be something else, too. Okay, let's see. Curl. Oh, gosh, now we got, like, curl and... But that's also a type of thing, right? You have hold on. Macaroni. We could do like crafts, types of crafts like macaroni, glitter, glue, and paper. Is you make pasta art is like a kid. You see hairstyle things. Curl, crimp, feather tees. Oh, I never would have gotten that. I just cheated. I cheated by looking at chat, and Flick gave me curl. Is that actually one of them? It probably is. Okay, I think this might actually be like the purple. I don't know. Curl, crimp, tease. Isn't curl and crimp both like how you? Is that right? Tease. And what was the other one you said? Feather. So what would be the other one? Goose, rod. Goose, rod, parachute, and doodle? Are those if we went with the Celtic, Packer, Canadian, Yankee, tease, crimp, curl, feather. So what is this? Rod, hot doodle, hot parrot? No. Yankee Doodle Dandy? Maybe. Things you do with Dandy. Rod Doodle. What? Goose. Goose sounds like it could be. It could be like a Top Gun. Not Top Gun. Is it Top Gun? Goose is one of the characters. Rod. Like Hot Rod. No, I don't know. Rod, Goose. Those could be names. Doodle. Parachute. What is parachute? I mean, they jump out of planes? Is there a doodle? Is there a doodle in Top Gun? I don't know. I've never seen the movie. Parachute pants, doodle, parachute bug, doodle bug, doodle bop, rod bop, goose bop, goose down, rod down, parachute down, doodle down. Wait, that kind of sounds right. Rod down doesn't sound right, though. Goose down is a thing. Parachute down, you parachute down from something. Doodle down has it not rhymes, but it sounds right. No. I don't know. Do you think this is it? I guess if we could guess. If this isn't right, then I'm clueless. Words after golden. Golden doodle. I've never heard of that. Golden goose, golden parachute, golden rod. Okay. I didn't know what it was, but that was it. Okay. So that's something. So then we had... I'm going to go with the hair one next because I didn't get it. I mean, I knew it was the last category. Golden Doodle. Oh, Golden Doodle's a dog. Okay. So tease, crimp, curl, and feather. I don't know if I would have gotten this one. I might have gotten... If I was doing this on my own without your guys' help, I might have gotten stuck here. I don't know. Dang it. Okay. Canadian, Packer, Celtic, Yankee. What? How is that? How is this one the yellow? Do they think all Americans just love sports? This to me, I felt like I was really stretching my brain to be like, oh, this is a sports one. And this is the one for like dummies. Like they think that this is supposed to be the easiest category. Anyway, good job. We did it. We didn't really get purple though. We didn't know what it was, or I didn't know what it was. Anyway, okay, back to art. GG's. Most people do love sports. I know. I'm kind of joking, but it's crazy that would be the easy category though. Over like the hair one, or I don't know. But yeah, that went pretty fast. I'm glad we got it. Sometimes we get stuck, but that was a pretty easy one, I think. Bunch of nerds. Yeah, nerd. I mean, because we don't like sports. I feel like sports are pretty nerdy, right? Like people having like a thing that they love, and then they like religiously get together and watch on TV and like memorize players' names and can talk about other people doing a thing. I don't know. Like it's no more nerdy than like watching any other like online like a chess tournament or something. I don't know. I feel like sports are oh, that sports fans are nerds? Yeah. I mean, look, I have nothing wrong with being a nerd. Nerds are great. If you want to nerd out about sports, that's fine too. You know, to each their own. I feel like, yeah, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm definitely nerdy. But yeah, it doesn't feel that much different to me. Okay, what do I want to do with this? I mean, this is just kind of a nice shape and a nice color palette. I guess we could put some of these colors in here. I mean, this one doesn't really even need much. It feels like it's finished. It's like a nice sketch. I don't know what else I need to do to it. But we will do something. You know what I could do? I'm gonna find... Okay, I'm gonna do something kind of silly. One of the things sometimes I do, because I sometimes forget like what I want to do with environments, particularly fantasy environments, is I will go to a like a Magic the Gathering, like the newest set, and I will look at. Here's what I'll do. I'll literally, there's a site called Mythic Spoiler. Every few months I go to this site. Um, I'm just using this as like a springboard to go on a rant. But I'll go to this site and I'll just look at some of the art and I'll scroll through all of them. But like in this case, I'm just gonna go to the land and just like a quick once over the land and be like the level of like try to remind myself like the level of detail of like some of this art, because sometimes I just don't know like where to add detail or like what to do. I'm like, okay, like there's a bit of detail here. But like just I don't know, sometimes just looking at it will give me ideas, not to like to copy or steal or anything, but just like oh, I could add foreground elements, you know, maybe I forgot them, or I could do a lot more in the, you know, like with the form stuff, or I could add a lot more color variation. Um anyway, so sometimes I do that. That's just like I'm a Magic fan. All right, back to art. So yeah, like for example here, I'm like, okay, well we could, if these are foreground stuff, we could put lots of like bushes and things in the foreground and some variety and more detail up here. Because sometimes I just like I'm focused more on the mood and the impression of the image, and then I forget like what I even want to do, or like not what I want to do, what I could do. Um, and I could add like story in here, right? I could add any story I want. Maybe there's like some animal or something sitting out here. I don't know if I need to do that. Maybe a boat. Could do like a little boat. Could fail at drawing a boat today. We kind of failed at drawing a boat last stream. It was really bad. It was really bad. We did it through a very poor, very sorry boat. It was not. It was not the greatest thing I've ever drawn. Is that a boat? There's a boat. But yeah, boats are hard. Your grocery delivery is almost here, so I'm gonna alert. All right, good luck with the groceries. I have never had groceries delivered. Do you guys all get your groceries delivered, or do you go and get them yourself? I feel like having it delivered just sounds amazing. I should do that. But I kind of work at a grocery store, so maybe that doesn't make a lot of sense for me. But I totally should. I don't even know if there are places that deliver groceries here. I'm sure there are. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I don't want to make this too dark on accident and then ruin it. But I do want to actually add some dark stuff. I can't drive, so it's the only option for me. Fair enough. If I'm sick, I get deliveries. Okay. Yeah, well, I think a lot of people do. I always just felt like I don't know. It's something. I think a lot of it's because I've never done it before, and so it feels like I have to figure out the routine to make it feel natural. Um, but like I feel like if I did it once, then it would be so easy that I would just keep doing it, and no reason not to. I guess I don't know. I mean, actually there is a reason not to for me because I'm there at a grocery store quite often, and I live very close. I walk, but it's very nearby. If you work at a grocery store, it doesn't really make sense. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't. My grocery store, I don't even think delivers. So it's. I live in like kind of a small town, so it's. I can't really get my groceries. Maybe I could. I'm sure there are some grocery stores around that do it. I don't know. We have like a drive up and go type of thing where you can pre-order them, and then we have people who will shop for you, and then you can drive up and they'll basically drop them off at your car, and then you can leave. But you still have to come into the store and get them. So that's our method. Instead of doing delivery, we do that. So it's like maybe similar. That's click and collect. Sure, whatever you want to call it. Everybody's gonna have a different name for it, but yeah, the idea that you just order it and then yeah, not drive up and go. It's click and collect. Well, fair enough. I'm okay with that. Okay, so here's the grass. Quick grass uh, tip. If anybody cares about painting grass, my method of painting grass, I don't know if it's a good one, is basically you find where light meets dark. So here's a shape that is in light, right? And right along the edges is where you eye focus, and then this is where you'll put the thingies. They'll make the silhouettes, the texture, right? You can also add little dark spots in here, in those dark shapes. So for example, if I want like a dark shape in the foreground, that's where in this dark shape is where you'll have the strands poke up most, and you can always make additional layers. But basically, you're making like here's a shape, right? This dark line here. You take that line, and this is where your grasses will be. But you don't want it super even either. But some spaces can be softer, some can be harder. But yeah. So you're kind of creating little like hills or stripes. I find that's a very useful way. And you can also add variety and just random variation anywhere you want. And then in that variation, you can add more silhouette. Does this look like it's in the middle of a field to you? Feels like I'm in ancient Egypt. Oh, that could be kind of cool. Draw a pyramid here. I'm not sure why there's a boat. Should we be in water or not? That's the Nile. I do like that there's like reeds and stuff in here. Kind of neat. Okay, let's try some texture brushes for some fun. Just some texture everywhere. I don't know. I might end up overdoing it, but there is a chance, and a pretty high chance actually, that I just ruined this painting at some point by over texturing. But I just want to have fun. I think today's painting is going to be a little chill. It's going to be a lot of like texture and brush work because I don't think there's much to the painting. But maybe not. Maybe I will figure something out. Do I like this though, or should I bring in? Didn't really plan composition much. Should I go like this and like do more here? Could definitely do more here and make it like in a marshy land area, like just some marsh stuff. Gotta add more of those edges here because I've added a hard shape. I'm not sure if I like that. I think I do. Just adding like a little bit of a marshland type thing. With puffs of grass. Little reeds up here. Maybe these reeds are catching some light. Maybe there's like bugs and stuff that you get all these little bright spots. Just not bug. I don't know. That looks more like wheat. Maybe get some little blue spots in here. I don't know. I'm just adding little marks. There was a thing that I did the other day with this brush, I think. Was it this one? Where if I went like this, in just the right way, it would add these horizontal lines. Maybe it wasn't that brush. Was it this one? It might have been this one, where it'll add these horizontal lines if I hit it just right with this, and it makes some really cool, like grass texture, and it's textural, it's painterly, and it's kind of neat. This might be too much. That's vertical. That's what I meant. Vertical. Thank you. Directions are hard. Sometimes I just say stuff and I hope that it comes out right. That was one of them, and it didn't come out right. Yep, that was indeed vertical. So yeah, just making little vertical shapes. I don't know. I feel like it kind of looks neat. They're little, like, artifacty looking things. I could Whoa, my screen just went black. I could probably put some dark, like some spacing between it. I don't think I really want spacing, though. I also don't want it to be too repetitive, which is kind of why I'm using this brush and not like an actual stamp brush. Um, yeah, we'll see how it looks though. I don't really know what some of this bright stuff is, but I think that does that look like grass texture a little? Maybe. I think you've hit it. I love it. I like it. It adds a little bit of something. Right? I'm doing a little bit of like blurring, you know, maybe like in some spots along the water line. But then maybe I bring in some sort of hard edges. Trying to be selective about how I do this. I don't really know, so I'm sort of figuring it out as I go. Also, like, the boat is kind of... Okay, let's do a hard brush. Is this a boat? I think it's a boat. We don't have to have a boat here. I'm trying to make the edges a little blurry. Also, there should probably be somebody in the boat, right? Just having a boat out here with nobody here is not very exciting. I don't know if I like the shape of this boat, though. Some boats have, like, a flat side, right? Or do they all have flat sides? I don't know what boats look like. Hold on. I got... Small boat. I think a lot of boats have a flat side, don't they? Yeah, they do. A dinghy. A dinghy boat. That's the... Hold on. That is the boat that I was looking for. Is that what a dinghy is? I don't know. Here, look. This is the boat that I found. I mean, it doesn't need to be powered by anything. Although I will say here, I'm gonna undo this because I want the back of the boat, the square side, to be this side. Right? We don't need this so large. We don't even need it on the screen. But basically, I want this side to be the square side. I feel like perspective is hard on boats. Man, boats are difficult. Boats are difficult. Let's get a little bit of a dark side here. Or I should say, perspective is difficult. I'm not making perspective easy right now. I mean, it's because I'm bad at it. I'd like to think that I can get it eventually, but if I'm being honest, it's one of those things I pretty much just eyeball. So anytime I run across like a difficulty in it, it really shows and it sucks. I need to do like I have ways if I'm not streaming and not live painting, I do have ways to like make it easier for me. right? There's a lot, I can always bust out the grids and do just go a little slower and methodical and like I can sort it out. Obviously there's always also things like 3D if you ever needed, but yeah, there are definitely some perspective stuff that I really struggle to get right. Um, like I can draw boxes in perspective, right? Like depending on the box that I want. Um, like maybe I should make the thing match the box. But then it's not really a box the whole way. And also like where curved shapes in water is also another thing I struggle with. Um, because I don't know where the water line is. I mean, I kind of do, but like it always looks funny. I'm not very good at this. That's okay. Bring the pointy bit up further. Yeah, but then it's like that's a big part of the struggle, right? Is making this edge look like it's going up, right? Because this might be going up enough, but maybe I really just need to bring this down more, right? A lot of that illusion is in like the water line. And that's hard for me because anyway, let's just slap a person in here. A dude fishing. Do they fish off the side of the boat? How do you fish? Fishing? Hold on. Fishing off dinghy. How do you spell dinghy? Dinghy. Wait. I don't think this is a dinghy. I don't know what a dinghy is. I just think it's a cool word. Oh, it is. That is a tiny little boat. Look at that boat. That do be a boat. That's kind of what we have, right? Like, that's basically the same, even the same perspective. Hold on. I think we just found a reference. And yeah, you were right. This front can go up. I mean, it's basically a reference, minus the backside. I don't think we're gonna have it turned that way. But then we also have like the weird water line, right? That's another tough part. Trying to figure out where this is gonna go. And like the shading. Does that look right? Maybe. Maybe not. Up in the front, down in the back? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I don't know. That'll work. Okay, and then we have a dude fishing. I'm really gonna put one dude in here. I don't really know. Ant leg here, or top of leg here. Is that? Is that a person in a boat? I mean, it kind of is, but the what do you call it? The posture's not right. It doesn't feel like this person's in a boat, you know? It's so simple. It's not. It really isn't. I mean, it is simple. Simple's, yeah, simple is the right word. Easy is not the right word. It doesn't look good. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. We could go the Skittle route and add a cat. A man and his cat sailing the seas, fishing pole in hand and done. That's true. Maybe there has the poles in here. I mean, we don't need to go high detail or anything, but okay. So there's that. Let's paint more on like the trees and make the shapes right and stuff. So just also things like this, shaping design these things. Are these trees or is this a mountain way back here? I don't even know what this thing is. I assume it's a hill with trees on it. But it could also be a giant stone mountain. Or it could be a pyramid. If we wanted to get like fantasy, we could go like something like this, where we carve it out and like boom, fantasy. You know it's fantasy when you put holes in rocks. That's Telltale fantasy vibes right there. Actually, it is pretty cool. I do like the holes in rocks. They have a nice aesthetic to it, you know? Does anybody else just like the like arches and rocks, rock arches, giant, massive archways? Boom, fantasy. Larger than life rock structures with holes in them. I don't know. There's something appealing about it until you cut a big hole in it. Coloring of the mountains makes me think Ayers rock until you cut a big hole in it. Yeah. We got options, you know? Also, I've got to decide, do I want to put trees over here? Or like one tree or a big tree? Or do I put just keep it consistent? Still prefer ancient Egypt? Yeah, I kind of like the idea of Egypt, honestly. I do like that idea. This might be a little modern of a boat for ancient Egypt, though. But again, it's fantasy. We can have ancient Egyptian boats and fisher people who just look like modern day boats. The shape of the mountain works as is. Yeah, it's not bad. We can also put ears on it and make it a sleeping cat. A giant cat sleeping. See, we can turn our shapes into anything if we try hard enough. What else can we do? We can give it spikies and make it a dinosaur. Kind of looks like a car, to be honest. Well, that's terrifying. Is it? I think it's cute. Totally cute animal. Not at all gonna... I hope I'm on the right layer. Yeah, I am. There we go. Look at that. Look at him. He's a cutie. We can even put little spikes here. I don't know what this anatomy is, but it's something. Okay, maybe he has big ears. Big floppy ears. I just googled the cat god in ancient Egypt is Bastet. But now it's a dinosaur. Yeah, you should Google dinosaur cat. Dinosaur god. Okay, anyway. I don't think we're gonna keep that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's continue. Let's just keep painting. We'll put some of the shapes in here. I don't want to go too detailed on this. I do want to keep it pretty loose and painterly. That's just kind of the vibe that I like. It makes it more fun. I do feel like maybe we could make this boat more interesting. Like, what if we made it red? Or not red, but like brown. Adding proper colors to stuff is something that I actually am not great at. I don't know why I said actually, as if I'm great at all the other things. This one is one that I'm actually not good at. No, I don't know. I feel like I'm not great at adding color. Or oftentimes I don't add good color to stuff. Or phthalo blue. I mean, isn't that pretty close? I don't think we want phthalo blue. You just like the word phthalo. I feel like you just like phthalo blue. It doesn't actually matter what color it is. I just like saying the word phthalo. There's also a phthalo green. Did you know that? Is this phthalo green? I think like that. Or no. Is it this? I don't know what color phthalo... I think there's a phthalo green, isn't there? I think I heard Bob Ross say it once. Yeah, phthalo green. According to Google, it's like a Turk... Oh, it's the color of the boat. It's this. It's this color. It's phthalo green. Look. I Googled it, and it gave me a bunch of sports players. I don't know why, but apparently it's like somewhere in here, which is totally the boat color. Well, not totally, but it's pretty close. So yeah, pretty close. Green is newer. Oh, you mentioned it earlier? What? Wait, what? It's kind of bluish green. What do you mean, what? Are you saying my boat isn't the same color as the green I showed? Is that what you're saying? Because it wasn't totally, but it was pretty close. What green in the boat? Oh, you can't see my image. Whoops. That boat. So I Googled an image of phthalo green, and it gave me a bunch of sports players. But then this boat that I already had as a reference is totally pretty... Well, not totally, but it's pretty close. See? Can you see that now? My boat reference was already phthalo green. I don't think I want it to make my boat phthalo green, though. I don't think that would look good, because the plants are phthalo green. This is phthalo green. Or pretty close. So yeah, I don't think our painting needs that both blue and green in it. Too much phthalo. I just keep saying that word. No blue? It does have blue in it. Look, it has blue right here. This is basically phthalo blue. See, I can put little hints of it down in the deep shadows. and no one will be none the wiser because you can't see it because it blends in with values. So now we have phthalo blue and phthalo green in the same image. How about that? Bob Ross would be proud of us. I'd like to think. Are you pacifying me? Am I? I don't know what that word means. Maybe. I don't know what that word means in that way. Maybe. I think. Probably. Hope maybe? I was gonna say hopefully, but that doesn't sound right. I don't think I'd want to say that. That sounds like a bad thing to say. I think you are. Okay. That's good, I guess. I mean, if you say so. If you if you say so. But yeah, we have our blue, we have our green. Yeehaw. We have our blue, we have our green. Yeehaw. That's my commentary today. Professional streamer. Take notes, folks. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can turn this into like a pyramid. That'd be fun. Let's try it. So, do we have a light source? I mean, I guess this direction, right? Which means this side could be... Okay, this might look stupid, which is why I made a second layer. I might ruin it, but this is just me sketching. I'm trying to figure out, because like, if I make this too... If the perspective's wrong, it's not going to feel far away, right? So do I just... I guess I'm asking myself, really, but the question to myself is like, do I make it super far away and just like pyramidal like this? Or do I actually show some of the other side? I mean, I guess I could still show some of the side here. But if I put too much color or too much variation of value, it's not going to look super far away. Also, I didn't, the horizon line's kind of weird. I don't know if I like the pyramid there. It's kind of weird. I don't know. We could also do some sort of rocky structure. So something like this, where we have distinct plane changes. I think that the dude in the boat is shadow on the same side as the shadow in the pyramid. Yeah. The lighting is definitely coming from this direction. If we even have, I don't think the light's really gonna hit over here, but if we had light, this is where it would come from. But I don't know. I mean, we could go this route where we put these shadows or light over here and just make some big shapes. Get some light in here. I mean, it's kind of just a nice image. There's not a whole lot happening. Could also go a little bit blue in the sky. Might be a bit much. That also might make it feel more... That might make it feel more, realistic. I don't know. Something. something or other. Kind of like that vibe. I think that adds to the... That adds to it. Some white clouds? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Or were you question marking my decision of adding the blue sky to make this fade into the background? Just a smoosh of white clouds? Yeah, maybe. I think that makes the lighting more dramatic, right? And I can still bring in some of this light over here. Trying to add some little touches of darker contrast back here. So these could be like trees or something. So you could even have some back here. There. Maybe there's some trees over here too. I like that. But we don't want too many trees, just enough that we know that they are trees. The rest of it is not trees. Now the question is, what kind of trees do we want? Those look like cactuses. Cacti? We don't really want cactuses. I can change the shapes a bit more. But yeah, I think some swooshy yellow or some white clouds maybe could be nice, especially like little wispy clouds up in on the lit side, or maybe even on the non-lit side. We'll just like just a singular cloud in the sky, just floating there. Just a lone cloud. It kind of just tapers off. Uh-oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Wrong layer alert! Oh no! Ah. Can I undo it? I don't know if I think I might have made too many... Oh, I did. I made too many brush strokes. That sucks. Because then the smooth gradient is no more. We can add it back in. Or try to. Kind of paint the gradient. I think this little soft cloud here is not bad. Maybe even passing in front of the mountain. Maybe this one is in shadow up here. I don't know. What does the jitter brush do with the whitish clouds? Depends. Let's take a look. That's not the jitter brush. Jitter brush. That's it jitters between this color and maybe the secondary color. Oops. No, it's just the white. So it's jittering between white and slightly grayer white. And no value change, seemingly. Which is weird, because I think this does value change, right? Yeah. Less white. Yeah, white and less white, exactly. In this case, if I just pick this color, though, it's now jittering between... It's cranking up the saturation, right? It's weird, though, that white doesn't change the saturation. It's just jittering. That's so strange. Anything other than pure white. You like the orange flavor? This makes it look like that ice cream that you get in like the little cups, and you probably had them as a kid. With the wood sticks. It's like a flat wooden stick that you eat the ice cream with. Doesn't that look like that? Hold on, let me see. Who had those? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? They were like these little cups. They were little cups, but then they had like these little edges like this. The bottom was like corrugated. I always remember they were corrugated. Maybe not the whole thing. I don't remember. I think just like this. And then inside the here was the here. Let's go back to the jitter brush. We're just gonna use this brush. Doesn't quite look right, but the vibe is the same. There. Just filling it in with this. Perfect. That's the thing. That brush, master artist right here at work. Take notes. And then yeah, the cup had those lines. And then you ate it with a stick that looked like this. And it was just a wooden stick. You guys had those? Surely people had these, right? I'm not the only one. These are like a thing, right? And they still exist, I think. But I feel like people... I don't know. Do people still buy them? And they always had like a paper thing on top. And then you have to like pop the top. And then you can scoop the ice cream. Anyway. They were tasty. Yeah, I had them? Okay.
Alrighty. I'm tired.
I like the painting from today, though. Kind of nice. I like some of the stuff happening on the edges here, too. I'm trying to play with the edges here. I feel like a painting like this it's one of the things that I can definitely do. Like, do we need to see the whole... fishing rod? Some of this stuff also is like, I had the clouds. I mean, I guess we can still make it soft. Yeah, I do like the colors here. They are nice. All right, so we can definitely put. Yeah, I'm just trying to smooth this out, make painterly shapes. I do like it. Is there something wrong with my perspective though, in this foreground area? Maybe. I think that works. Sorry if I'm not super chatty. I feel like I'm in a good mood, but I'm kind of... Commentary might be a little weak at the moment. But feel free to ask questions, or like if you have any, I don't know, if anybody's here and is curious about anything that I'm doing, or like why I'm doing what I'm doing, or what am I doing, feel free to ask. I'm happy to ramble about stuff. Or if you'd like to share some art that you've been making, I'd love to see. Let's add a little shape up here. I feel like we need another shape to balance it out. There, another little tree. I could put a tree up here too. That might be too much, though. Does the composition need that? Not really. Some of this stuff, these overlaps, are actually kind of nice, and so I'm gonna smudge some of these things right at the overlap. Maybe I can even bring in some of the bright into here. Like, how much water do I want? Versus how much, like, read stuff. I don't know. And how much foreground do I want? That's another thing, right? We can definitely go a lot more. I don't know. That's fun. I don't really have any story for this or anything. Oh, not to go on too hot of a rant here, to continue off the thing I was talking about earlier with AI. I know people are like, oh, AI, I'm out. I think one thing I didn't mention, because, like, there is an argument for, like, this kind of painting, if this were going to be a commercial piece. You could probably, as, like, a standalone image. Now, I feel like a piece of art like this, right? It could be, you could look at this and be like, well, AI could do that, right? And you might be right. And I think it kind of depends, right? It depends on, is this for, like, if you're doing, like, a color key type thing for a movie, well, then no, you probably want a human directing that, right? But if you're just making a pretty painting that's going to be a print, sure, AI could do that. But I think another thing is, like, I enjoy painting, and every time I paint something, if I go and reference something like this boat that I referenced, I'm learning. Like, I am learning more about these kinds of boats. I'm learning about the environment. I'm learning how to paint stuff. I'm sometimes, you know, you learn about certain mountains or geological things. Like, every painting you can learn something, and so each painting you get better at making choices. So even if an AI could do this, there's still that, like, I am actively learning stuff with every painting, right? Because you're observing things, you're paying attention, and you know, I know it's almost a meme at this point of, like, artists pay attention, you know, you learn to see as an artist, and you learn to pay attention to things that maybe a non-artist wouldn't. You get better at that by painting, right? You don't get better at that by having someone else decide what's in your image when you know, you have an idea and you put it, like, so that to me is a big factor. It's like, just from the personal standpoint, I like learning, I like painting, because you learn more, right? You learn more when you paint or when you go and research something. And so much of art is that research, right? You're asking questions, you're finding the answers. It's not just put it on the page. And that process makes you better in the next project. And so there's this, like, I don't know. So anyway, that I felt like I needed to add that because that's not really from the commercial side. That's more from the self-fulfillment side of things. Like, it's sort of like reading a book, you know? Why read a book when all the knowledge is on the internet or something? Like, you can just ask ChatGPT and it can tell you what a book is about. Why read it yourself? Well, there's that journey of going on the thing, and you understand it on a different level, right? Like, it makes, I don't want to say it makes you smarter, but you learn something that you wouldn't have otherwise learned, right? And it's in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise learned it. That to me is such a, I don't know, it's, I guess that's more the hobbyist answer to why I'm not worried about AI. But yeah, I felt like that needed to get in there because I was doing a lot of rambling about, you know, commercial art and, like, what is it doing versus what is it not doing. But so yeah, rant part 2 ended right there. So my head is itching, the very tippy top of my head. Okay. But yeah. And as always, if anybody wants to share art, please do. Just you can drop a link to your socials. Alrighty. Yeah, this painting's nice. I'm trying to make it soft. I like these soft paintings. Also, I wonder who's online. I'm kind of scoping out people to raid here. We've got Skittle online. We've got Shells Doodles. I don't really know much about them. We got DZ Kawa. She's always good. I don't know if I'm gonna raid absolutely at this moment, but I am kind of scoping it out. I was gonna say scoping out the competition. Not competition. I mean, technically, right? Fellow streamers are not competition. They are the ocean, rising tide boats, all that. There's a phrase in there somewhere. I want everybody's stream to do better. I don't care about competing directly with other streamers. That's not how I view it. Maybe a little bit. Except Skittle. Just kidding. No, we might actually we go to Skittle all the time. We might go to Skittle today, though. I feel like it's between Skittle, Voidbrush, Anthony Wheeler, maybe. Got a few people. So yeah. Oh no. I just thought of like, what if I got super competitive? That'd be an awful vibe. That'd be the worst stream, I feel like, for art stream. Maybe not. I'm sure maybe an art streamer could pull it off, but not me. But like the hardcore competitive streamer vibe where you're like, I don't know, like wishing ill on your fellow streamers. That's not something that I never do. Yeah, that's a terrible thought. I don't know why it passed through my head. Like the hardcore rage gamer streamer. Are there any rage streamers who do art? Like smashing their paintbrush against their canvas and like getting angry at their materials and like blaming their teammates for their bad painting? I feel like there's gotta be somewhere out there like the archetypal rage gamer streamer, but in the painting category. I hope they're not out there, but I feel like they've gotta be, right? Okay, what if I do a multiply layer? Well, there's an idea for a stream if anybody wants to be miserable all the time. There's a gap in the mark. There is. Somebody, quick, jump, fill the gap in the market. Be the rage gamer streamer you always wanted to be. Also, look at this blue. I am just slapping that blue on top. And now it's a nighttime scene. Just like that. No. Dude, that really flattened the colors. What is closer is always more detailed, right? Nope, not always. It kind of depends on where you're... If you think of it like a camera, it's wherever you focus your camera. Sometimes you have a lot of like front field of view stuff is all blurry, and then you have your focus elsewhere in the painting. So sometimes you have like a focus here where it's wherever you focus your camera is the answer, right? And then this stuff could be blurry, and then you could also have blurry mountain. You could have the foreground in the focus, right? You could have like, especially if you had like, you know, something in focus here, like a butterfly, and then everything else would be out of focus. But you could also have tons of blur and like a zoom, and anything that's going to be in front of the canvas back, you know, this could be in focus, but anything else in front of the camera is going to be super blurry and in the foreground. So it kind of depends on like how you're thinking about the camera. In general, though, whatever you're focusing on is going to be sort of kind of in focus, right? I mean, technically, you could make something out of focus be the focal point, which is like a weird concept, but there's no reason I don't think you could do that.
as long as it has enough contrast to draw your attention. But yeah, no, it's not always more detailed in the foreground. Let me find some images for you. I mean, here's a side by side. I just typed in depth of field. Although that's not really showing the specific effect I want. Yeah, so something like this, right? Here's a good example, right? This is where you're focusing on the person and their camera, and so all the stuff in between us is blurry, right? A lot of people set up their paintings like that. This is also really effective if you're like, imagine you're like a lion, or you're an animal in like an animated movie, and you're peeling back the grass, to look in the distance. That grass isn't going to be in focus, right? Because you want the effect of you going through it, and it's passing by you in your peripherals, so it's going to be not the main thing. And so, like, it could get in, maybe it's in focus at first, but then you peel it back and it fades to, it fades, and then your focus is in the distance. Or something like this. I don't know how... Oh, wait, can you even see these? I don't know if they're on the right screen. Oh, they're not. Whoops. So this, right, this is an example of, right, in photography where the foreground is blurry because you're focusing on something beyond the foreground, right? And then you have an example here where this is, the focus is the character. Actually, I think both are I don't actually, this might just be changing like something like the aperture. I don't actually know much about this one. But in this one, the background is blurry. But like the foreground is actually not super in focus, some of this stuff. But then in this one, the whole thing is like high def. Everything's kind of in focus. I don't really know what point I'm making with this one. But the main point was that, yes, in fact, anything can be in focus, right? That was the main point I was making. I returned, this is lovely. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. Also, hi, Ghost Kid. Welcome back. Yeah, I was playing around with Multiply, trying to figure out how, or not how. Oh no. I was playing around with like darker in the foreground. Get some of these dark shadows a little bit better. I don't know if I want super saturated, but now I understand. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of these rules are, you oftentimes learn them one way, but what you eventually realize is that there's a lot of control, right? You can think of them as like, or like if you're a photographer, it could, some cases it's a literal knob on the side of your camera you can change to like shift the focus or something. There's different ways to do it, but if you imagine them as like all these little tuning knobs, right? And you have a lot of control over where you put the focus, how, where your perspective is. Like, are you looking at an object with a lot of distortion or a little bit of distortion, right? Like, there's a lot of options you have. And there isn't really a right or wrong way of what you choose or why. But once you choose something, then you kind of want to make it consistent for that choice, right? Like if I set up my perspective a certain way, I want to follow my own perspective. But where I put it and how big stuff is in relation to others initially is kind of like, that's sort of my choice, right? And you can start thinking about like function, like what effect does it have if you like for example, if you want to focus in on something far away, what is the difference between me using a zoom lens and focusing in here versus me getting much closer and just walking up to them and then using like a regular camera. Like, what effect does that have, right? One of the effects it would have is the zoom lens. If you're looking past something, there's no way it's going to be in focus, right? Because you're focusing pinpoint on something far away. Whereas if you want everything in focus, you're probably going to want to like, well, I guess it depends on what you're looking at, right? If you have a lot of objects and layers of depth between you, you're going to want to capture that in a different way. So like they do different things, right? They give different effects. If you're telling a story, there's going to be a different emotional effect. Sometimes, have you ever watched like a movie or a show and for some weird reason it feels like you're no longer in the room with the person? It feels like you're viewing them through a camera, and it's like a really weird, it kind of pulls you out of the movie where like the camera's in their face, but something about it feels like you're looking at them from across the room, and you're like, whoa, that's weird. Like, I know they're big and in my screen, but it feels like I'm looking through a telescope because the way the blur, the choices made are just a little bit off, and it doesn't feel engaging. It kind of pulls you out. That sometimes happens to me. Not often, but it's definitely a thing where it's like, I think those are cases where for whatever reason, maybe they were, limitations of how they were shooting. Maybe they're on a set and they were a little too far away and they were using too much zoom instead of actually putting the camera in front of their face. Like, I don't know why they did it that way, but sometimes things aren't quite in focus in a consistent way to tell the story that they want to tell. It depends on the point of view you want to give, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I think we're pretty good at picking up subtle differences, and oftentimes they are subtle, right? I mean, I think, again, going back to this image, these are subtle differences, right? But if you're trying to, like, for example, if she were talking about how beautiful nature is, right? Imagine this was an advertisement, right? And this lady were talking about how beautiful the natural environment is. Well, this one, we can't even see it, right? It's all blurry because the focus is so on her. This one, though, the camera could just pan and we could see. So this one feels like she would be, this is like right? It's more about like the environment around her. This is, she's telling a heartfelt story. Well, maybe this one's a better scene, right? Like, because this one's a little bit more focused in. It's less about the environment that kind of fades to the background, right? It's more about her. This one, there could be another character here, and it feels like there's just more like stuff, right? This is a noisier scene. It's not a sort of intimate feeling. And so, yeah, depending on what you're doing, what kind of story you're doing, if you're trying to show an illustration of someone's, heart being broken or like they're crying, like maybe you don't want a super high definition rendered environment that's gonna like pull you out of the moment, maybe you really want to dial it in on their face and like show that emotion, right? And so it's almost like you're tunnel visioning. Whereas if you're trying to do like a panning the camera in an establishing shot across a big vast landscape, and you're trying to show all the little nooks and crannies in the hillside and just show how massive it is, maybe you don't want to like, have everything blurry, it would make sense that you actually can show the whole scene. So like, so anyway, I'm not a camera person really, but in terms of like blurring and softening edges and adding contrast or removing contrast, like I think I understand that stuff, but I couldn't tell you the technical things about, how to achieve that with a camera. But when it comes to like making those choices, you do think a lot about that. Perspective is a big one too, right? Because if you have like right, if you have like a scene, so in both scenes you have some, eye line, you're staring at an object, but in one object, let's say you're super zoomed in on it, it might look let's see. It might look something like this, where these lines are kind of like that or whatever, right? Where you're sort of like, maybe the eye line is, no, this wouldn't be super zoomed in. Sorry. So
I'm trying to think. You might have something like this, right? Where I guess that would be one way. Where you basically don't have any depth, right? Everything is so zoomed in. I mean, that would be I'm trying to think. How would you set this up? Well, okay, the point I'm making... I'll just back... I don't exactly know what I'm trying to say. The point I'm making is that if this were a road, right? You could have a very narrow road. Or it could be the same road, but one could look like this, and the other could look like this. Right? Where one is... This is like, you know, you can see the individual things, because it's like, it's receding really, really fast, right? And it's taking up... You're very close and intimate in it. Even though it goes off into infinity, you're kind of... The focus is like... You know, it's you have a lot more of it taking up your field of view. Whereas this one, same road, but now it's, you know, each square is like the same size almost. It's hardly getting smaller, right? But this one, these squares get way, way smaller, much, much quicker to the point where they just vanish, right? This would be a matter of your lens, right? Is it necessary to make the horizon a point? No. I mean, no. The horizon's not a point. The horizon is your eye level. This is like the viewer. This is where your eyes are. Now, in something like this, you know, we're probably low enough to the ground, right? This thing is flattening so fast that, like, this feels more believable. You'd never see this in real life, right? Long before you get there, there would be a turn in the road, there'd be buildings, right? There'd be stuff in the distance. You'd never see a straight line going to infinity like that. Almost always there's going to be things breaking it up. But no. So yeah, let me go back to the... Sorry, this is turning into like a perspective lesson, which is fine. I'll do the best I can. But no, so the horizon line is your eye level. You can tilt things... Not everything lands on the horizon line, but generally if it's level with you, it will. So like, if you draw a box, the box will vanish towards somewhere on here. It's not always the same. If I were to rotate this box, it would then vanish somewhere else on the eye line, right? Because now it might go over here. And this, you know, here's the vanishing points. Well, I'm not drawing it very accurately, but like, see, these boxes might have different vanishing points, even though they could be the same box rotated in space, right? So no, like, but yeah, generally the vanishing points will vanish to the eye line. The only time they don't is if you're getting into like objects that are rotated or like skewed upward. So like that, you know, now we're looking at this box, but it's tipped upward like that. That's where it doesn't. But I think for general stuff, like if you're drawing a city scene or whatever, that's where this is. But again, you could represent the same box, like way bigger, taking up more of the scene. The angles are more extreme, right? Suddenly now you have like, again, it's like you're using a different camera lens, right? You're zoomed in, things are extreme. Conversely, you could do something, you know, if you literally zoom, this is too pixelated, but if you literally zoomed in, these lines might actually feel quite flat. You can't see it now, but if you zoom far enough in, because things get very condensed as they get towards that eye line, way off in the distance, this is where you can get really flat, like telephoto lens, right? If you have something with extreme angles like this, you can pretty much be certain that you're up close to it, right? Whereas if you have an object that looks like this, again, same box, right? You're just on the side. If this feels like we're much farther away from it, right? Even if it's a big object. Here, let's get rid of this random cup that I drew. Right, but like this object, I'm going to draw another box here. This one feels like we're further away, right? Like, this could be almost like we could be zoomed in super far, because this is our island, right? This is like sitting on the island. You know, if you were really, actually, it might even look like this, right? Maybe we're just, all you see is just this edge of it, because it's so far away, it doesn't even look like it bends at the top.
It's just like a flat shape, right? That's something you might see if you had like a telephoto lens. If you look at like a city skyline that's super far away, you can't really see the sides of the buildings, right? You don't really get that side. Everything is just kind of straight up and down. It's if there is a side, it might be super condensed. It just looks like you're looking at silhouettes, right? But anyway, so like, typically that's because you're far away. If you're up close, you can see those vanishing points and angles, and you know, or if you have like a 3-point perspective, you're looking upward, you know, you get this really crazy thing like that, right, with these big sharp angles. Like, so anyway, I guess my point is, yeah, it's all up to you. But yeah, in general though, the eye line is just straight. It's where your eyes are in the image. If you're setting up a scene and you want to view it, you know, from above and you're looking down, basically what the eye line is, this is where your eyes are. So anything above your eye line, so let's say I draw a can, right? A can of tuna, right? You can see the bottom of the can because it's above you. This is your eyes. If you draw it below you, you're now looking down at it and you see the top of the can, right? So this is the top, right? That's the bottom. And that depends on how you draw those things. So if you were going to draw instead of, you know, a box or a cube and it's floating above you, or maybe it's a mountain or a skyscraper, that top edge is going to look like this, right? Right, so you're seeing the bottom of it, but that top edge is pointy and it's pointed up. If you drew it down here, I mean, technically, this isn't the top edge. This is now the back edge, right? The top edge is actually this one, and it's angling down, right? Because you're looking down at it, right? And so this front corner edge on the top, this one's making an arc, right? This one's going down that way. That's like the shorthand that I remember. And so a lot of it's like, if I want to draw a bunch of mountains that are super tall, you just make a lot of these shapes, right? I mean, you can do things, it doesn't have to be mountains, it could be skyscrapers. Suddenly you have, it kind of looks like you're looking up at stuff. You know, they're maybe far away. It doesn't even matter what you do, because these kinds of shapes are going to make it look, or rounded shapes, right? If you're making trees or silos or whatever, maybe they're houses. Doesn't really matter, but they're going to be that. And then once you get below the eye line, if you draw the base of them, they're going to be rounded the other way. Anyway, it's very blurry. But like that's kind of the basis. And so that's what the eye line's for. But not everything vanishes. I mean, you could have 100 different objects in a scene, and every one of them could have different vanishing points, right? Because every time they're rotated, the only time they're going to have consistent vanishing points is if the objects are parallel, right? Two objects that are straight, they will always vanish once you tilt them into perspective. They will vanish to the same spot if they're parallel, I think. There might be an exception. But in general, parallel lines converge in perspective. So, but it doesn't have, only if they're parallel, right? If you have two houses that are kitty corner to each other, they may not have any parallel lines, right? Maybe every one of their lines are just, you know, or like, you know, this house, if this is a house and this is a house, these aren't going to have parallel lines, right? This house is, they're just facing different directions. So you're not going to see, they're not going to vanish to the same spot. So, like, again, they're just choices that you make, right? Anyway, that's, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, I feel like perspective is, and I think everything in art is kind of this way, right? There are ways to learn it that make it very simple and sort of approachable, but you don't really, when you learn them for the first time, you don't really know how to apply them. You don't know, like, okay, well, I know that the things vanish, but why do I want them to? Or when can I break that? And like, how do I make the choice? And it feels kind of arbitrary. Well, it kind of is, right? Like, if you just had a camera and you picked it up and you happen to have a certain type of lens on, it would be different than if another person randomly picked up a certain type of camera lens. And so, even though you may not know it's a choice, and at the start it might not be, you do have control over that. You do get to pick where your points vanish to. You do get to pick, how zoomed in you are, right? You get to pick how in focus things are. You get to pick if it's lighter, if it's dark, right? You get to pick how much light's hitting the lens. Like you get to pick all those things. So yeah. I think that's also one of the reasons why I the more I paint, the more I love art is because of those choices. I like making those choices and learning how to like fiddle with them. I mean, I guess it's probably like any other art form, you know, writing or any sort of storytelling where the better you get, the more you can juice it, you know, you can really get the things you want out of it because you have you know, more and more mastery over the language. In this case it's a visual language, but I don't know, maybe that's a pretentious view, but I love it. I enjoy it. I'm not sure if I like all of this. Could put some poofy white clouds back here. But yeah, I always think of art as like those giant mixer boards that you see in like I don't know, I think DJs have them. I don't really know what they do. Um I don't know what any of the buttons actually do, but like those buttons with those boards with all the switches, right? Like I mean, I'll just pull one of them. There's so many in here. But like this. I always imagine art like this, except it's also a video game, and you don't have any of these buttons unlocked when you start. You only have like the basic ones and like the orange ones. But and so they're everything you do is super crude, but as you get better you unlock more little knobs you can fiddle with, and you're like, oh look, I've unlocked things, I've discovered a skill tree and a path over here that lets me unlock some of these sliders that I didn't know existed, and now I have control over line weight and line color. Oh, I don't have to sketch with you know, I can do colored line sketches. I didn't know I can do that. Oh, I can alternate proportions of just the fingers or just the hands or just this part of the elbow. Like suddenly you have control over proportions. And anyway, I that's how I always think about art, because it's like every time you learn something you're like, oh, I've unlocked a little knob I can fiddle with, you know. I can play with edges today a little bit differently than I did yesterday because I learned something, you know. um and I feel like I don't know, it's just fun. It's fun to like fiddle with all the little knobs and be like, ooh, I can do something ever so slightly different, and it gets a tiny different emotion. You know, it makes it feel more wispy or airy or something, or calm or whatever. Thank you for the tips. Yeah, I mean, it's just me rambling. If you got something out of it, I'm glad. That's the way I think of it anyway. Um, you know, everybody is gonna think of stuff differently. But yeah, I'm trying to just add some little tiny points of contrast back here. And like this is a little bit of a hard edge. It's like I'm kind of getting down to the end of stream here, so I'm sort of fussing over some of this stuff that unnecessarily. I shouldn't even be at the stage of the painting, but that's okay. So yeah, I'm sort of like fussing over edges. Like, oh, is there too much contrast there? Are we looking? Is our attention being diverted to something that it shouldn't be? Or maybe this character, you know, if we want to look at him, maybe we should have made him like a little bit more interesting. You know, the hat shape could be more interesting. Maybe there's a you know, some splotches of color there that didn't need to be there or that weren't there before. Again, he's kind of just like a shape, but maybe there's a little bit of color
Like, it doesn't really change much, but it could add something. Could add a little bit of warmth in here or something, like even something like that, where you just change the warmth of the lighting, like, oh, make it feel a little bit more sunny or happy or warm or something. I don't know. I don't know if I actually want to do that. I'm not trying to make it brighter, just trying to make it warmer. I don't know. I don't think we need that. I think kind of going on the same topic that I was just talking about, though. I think a big one that is like one of those knobs that you can discover. I think probably one of the early ones, maybe not early, but like somewhere in your, most people I think learn it kind of like once you start to take art more seriously, is like what something around detail and focus, kind of like I think you were asking earlier, or no, who asked? Somebody asked. No, that was you. What Zexway asked, what is closer is always more detailed. Like that is something I think you start learning, like once you start over rendering an image and you're like, oh wow, nothing's in focus because I just rendered everything to super detail. And you're like, oh wait, maybe I shouldn't render so much. And maybe I should really pick where I want to focus. Right. And like, and then you learn a new thing, which is, the foreground's always blurred, or the foreground's always in detail, the background's always blurred. And then at some point you stumble across an example that breaks that, and you're like, oh wait, that's not a rule. Oh, and then it's like, oh, new little knob unlocked. You have more control over how you do things. And you just kind of, I don't know, it's always, I found that aspect of art extremely fun. Because, I mean, I still do, right? I still learn new stuff, like, maybe not every day. I'd like to think I learn something every day, but I probably do. Even if it's a teeny tiny thing. Or I may not always connect it every day, but yeah. I always like comparing things to video games, mostly because I really like video games. But I also think it's sort of like same thing with like sports. I think it sort of just simplifies things, and helps you think about them in a different way by giving them like a simple rule set. And I feel like so much of art is just thinking about stuff differently. You're not trying to, like, it's entirely knowledge, right? It's not like, oh, you have such great dexterity, it's even my choice of like, oh, picking colors, that is just a knowledge thing. Like if you do, I mean, some of it's I guess habit, like if you have certain brushes that do a thing and you don't really know what they do but you just keep using them because they look good, I guess there's something there that could be like habit. But mostly it is choices, right? Like if I can make a painting look like this today, I can probably make a painting look like this tomorrow because I made these choices once. And it's not just a fluke, especially once you start learning some stuff. And yeah, and once you realize that art is like at least to me, it's like a knowledge thing, mostly. I feel like trying to shift your view, or if you're trying to teach in some way, shifting your students' view to where they're trying to think about a thing a different way. That's where I feel like video games are nice, because you kind of reestablish the rules, and then you can get someone thinking the way that like an artist would, because now you're changing the rules. You're no longer making it about like this thing that, these misconceptions that somebody might have about how an artist does a thing. Now you're making it into like a video game. Like, oh, you want to know how someone does it? You play by the rules. And it's just this very straightforward process of like beat the level kind of. I don't know. I like analogizing. That's not a word. Analogizing doesn't sound right. But making analogies to things like video games, I've always enjoyed it. I think chess is another one. I really like making chess analogies. to art because I think there's so much overlap between like learning something like chess. But also, I think well, no, I guess even the creativity stuff in chess exists, but there's but yeah. Anyway, maybe we can get some deeper blues in here. For those phthalo blue fans we were talking about earlier. I don't know if we're actually going to use that phthalo blue. I just like saying the word now. It's kind of stuck. It's just there. It wasn't actually phthalo blue. It's just a color. Okay, that kind of is fun. I sort of like this. Maybe we can get some darker shapes in here. Like, this dude's gonna be stuck in the reeds. The reed grasses. I'm trying to add some sketchy lines back here, both to give it like a little bit of looseness, but also I kind of realized just now that like a lot of these things are like, we shouldn't just have these clear shapes, right? We should have little like bits and pieces poking up. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I had fun rambling. Hopefully I kept up the ramble for anybody who treats this stream as a podcast. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We're gonna go somewhere. Let's go to Skittle. We like Skittle. Or Anthony Wheeler. 3 years on Twitch and 2 years at Partner. Dang, did he really get Partner in a year? Dang. Should we go to Anthony Wheeler? Or Skittle? Is it a tangent on the top of the human's head? Probably. Yeah, it is. Well, no, technically. I mean, if you want to get real picky, it's probably behind it. It probably does create one visually, though. Yeah. So that's another thing. Speaking of, like, learning things, right? That's another one. It's like tangents and making unintentional focal points by creating, like... Here, let's go like that. Basically creating unintentional focal points by having weird areas that create like tension or confusion, because confusion is going to draw your attention, right? If you see someone randomly look like they float, you're going to like, oh, what's happening over there? That's weird, you know? And so like sometimes you don't want to create the illusion that something's happening when it's not, because it's going to draw attention. And so yeah, we don't want like people's heads connecting with the environment in a weird way. But yeah, we will go over to Skittle. Or, should we go over to Anthony Wheeler or Skittle? I don't know. I kind of think Skittle, but I don't really know. He has an image that's like the cat in a boat, or this character in a boat. Nope. Trying to add like a little bit. We don't need to see the whole fishing rod, but actually it's not bad if we do. Anyway, there's that. But yeah, that was a good call out with that tangent. Sometimes tangents can be a little tricky. Or just like really obvious, but you didn't see them because you're blinded to the thing you're drawing. So yeah. All right. Who shall we go to? Anthony or Skittle? I don't want to put this up to a vote. I don't know who to go to. What's Anthony doing? He's doodling. I feel like we should go to Anthony because he's on some sort of, I don't know, mayhem and giveaways. He's doing giveaways. I mean, giveaways are fun, right? He's kind of killing it. Oh, and Skittle's getting a raid right now. I don't know. Is that a reason to go to him? No, I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. Okay, we're gonna go to Anthony. Thank you all for being here. I do have a raid call. We could go say hi. Yeah. You can go congratulate Anthony on his 3 years on Twitch and absolutely doing an amazing job. Yeah. Let's see. I think that's it. I think that's it. Bye, everybody. Thank you again. I have socials. I have a Patreon if you want to support me further. VODs are on YouTube, as always. And, yeah, I stream